Grand Rising. All around reporting live from the Auraria campus, where I am an alumni, class of 2012, Road Runners, and we are having the third annual Men of Color Summit. I was invited to come and participate. So, here, it's the same campus that banned me for 8 years after I graduated. Hopefully, I don't have no issues. I have since been back on the campus a couple of events, so it should be alright. Only with the people that was doing damn security and policing at the campus are still here. Yeah, I'm also a candidate on the ballot for House of Representative for House District 8. What up, Matt? Certified salute to you. I'm at my old college campus where they're having a third annual Men of Color event. Got enough. I just had to work in my damn pants. We used to have to go to this stupid name. Salute. Grand Rising to you.
Sure.
Thank you very much. Hello, good morning. I'm here for the color event. Hello.
How's it going?
Morning. Yes, I am.
All right, you can get you checked in over there.
Okay.
Did you register online?
Yes, I did.
What's your last name?
Paris,
You want to make
like
yourself
city,
name
but with
tag?
2 R's.
I'll check in.
Yeah.
All right. I got you checked in right here. So what you're going to do is we have name tags that you create, agendas and pen, and then they're upstairs in 400, and they'll tell you what to do after that.
Okay, 400, okay, thank you.
Yep, of course. Thank you so much for coming.
Extra large.
You're trying to
Actually, make it 2X, make it 2X.
Oh, did you cover it?
No, I did actually.
You got strong? You're probably good a minute, huh? He's got weak.
Just let it know. Hold on to this.
True. He's right here.
And a swag bag. And there's 420. Sir. The leash.
I saw. I was very sure. Don't swing.
Oh, man. Sorry, y'all. No, fingers. I need to put this one on me. This is where I'm going. Yeah, I'm not super late. This is where I'm going now. So this, I think it's where the people talk.
Reimagining successful men is both an invitation and a challenge. It asks us to think more deeply about who gets to define success, what it means for us as men of color, and how we move towards futures that are not simply inherited, but intentionally built. Today is about more than inspiration. It is about affirmation, reflection, strategy, and action. We know that success is not one dimensional, right? It is not measured only by the title, degrees, or your income. Success is also shaped by wellness, community, belonging, purpose, and the legacy we choose to leave behind. This summit exists because we understand that men of color do not experience college, leadership, or life in the same way as our counterparts. Your stories, identities, responsibilities, aspirations are diverse. And because of that, this space must do more than simply include you. It must affirm you, engage you, invest in your growth in ways that recognize your lived experiences as a source of strength. Brother to Brother, the Brother to Brother program, we believe that when men of color are rooted in community, connected to culturally affirming spaces, and given access to meaningful support, they do more than persist. They lead, transform, and thrive. So I invite you today to be fully present, engage openly, reflect honestly, challenge inherent ideas of success, and allow yourself to imagine something greater, not only for your future, but for communities and generations connected to you. At this time, and welcome, again, and let us move the future forward together. At this time, I would like to welcome a student leader, At this time, I would like to welcome our Vice President of the Vice President of the Office of Diversity and Inclusion, Dr. Michael Benitez. One of my solid guys, brothers in this work, mentor. He does it all. He is a speaker. He's an author. He does the work. And so I want to invite him up here to just give us some acknowledgement for today's event. He's kind of in and out today, so respectfully, he can't be here all day, but he always supports us in many ways. So thank you, Dr. B, for being present.
Hey, peace, blessings, and good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
So, wow, Jermaine, you're my God, bro. You're my God, man. I love and appreciate you, man. Jermaine, man, man, you can't find another brother here that throws down and makes sure that students of color, especially men of color, and leaning in and serving in this mentoring role. He makes it happen. Gratitude for the words. Yeah, sorry I can't be with you the entire day. Let me take off my post. There we go. I can see you better. I be forgetting those are my readers, right? So first of all, thanks for the intro. I love the theme, reimagining futures for men of color. Man, that's so particular around this times. And I want to just kind of share some things with y'all to get the morning started, especially as I think about the times, I think about the moment, I think about the politics, I think about what this space means, what it represents, the affirmation, fighting, and transformation that Jermaine was referring to. You know, I've been at a lot of institutions, 9 of them to be specific. So I've moved around quite a bit. I've rolled around quite a bit. And the one that I have chosen to stay at and to be the longest, like literally, is MSU Denver. You just have a squad here, a staff, a faculty, y'all, the students that are second to none in everything y'all bring to the table, the grit, the resilience, the hunger, but more than anything, ownership. Ownership of who you are, ownership of who we are, ownership of what it takes to get to the other side and become we. And that piece matters. And I think when I think back about when I was a young man of color and appreciating these opportunities, appreciating whoever was my Jermaine, back in the day, his name was Mr. Posey. He was my counselor. He was my grandfather. He was my uncle. He was my boy. If I got carried away, he went right back to being my uncle. You young, you get a little carried away, and you kind of have to remind you a little bit that, okay, bro, chill. But he meant everything to me, and whenever I needed anything, I would just roll to him, and he had me. He had me. And so the Jermaines are so incredibly important, and in the midst, while I just marked that, I just want to shout out just 2 people I see who are also incredible people. Omar, my guy, peace, blessings. Trusty Knowles, aka Russell, peace, blessings. Those are 2 phenomenal brothers, right? That if y'all don't really know yet, or have an opportunity to get to know, and it's not because I'm not seeing anyone else, but I just have a very special relationship with them. I want to leave you with something as you take on today. Look, people, systems are systems. They are systems. You could use those 2 seconds to fill in as you wish when I pause and there was some silence. But systems should never hijack our joy. Systems should never hijack our spirit. We should never allow things that we cannot control or things our ancestors put us on this earth to be able to remold, to reshape, to transform, to make better, hijack who we are as people, especially as men of color. We get to dictate our destiny. We get to dictate how we move through. We get to dictate what navigation and negotiation looks like within systems with unequivocal liberation. That's who our ancestors were. That's who we are today. And that's what we should be putting forward for the future as you think about what do I do today to help shape me, to help shape my family, to help shape my community, and to leave this place better so when the next cat comes in, then they can hop in and take off exactly where you left it. And that's the realest thing I could share with you. I could talk about blood and sweat and tears. And I mean, damn, I spent 5 years in Iowa. I don't know if you've been to Iowa. I just think about it, because in a place like Iowa, you find sanctuary. Because sanctuary, first and foremost, is cultivated within you, and then it's amplified externally. So affirmation, lean on each other and look within. Transformation, always move with that in mind, and that might look different depending on what you want to do, what you want to accomplish, where you want to get to. And the idea of thriving, that's our foundation. That's where we start. We start already on a platform of thrivingness, and we go only up from there. So I'll share a quick quote from my queens and homegirls, and y'all may know her, maybe not. Erica Alexander from Living Single, y'all. That's an old school show, so y'all could just Google that.
I don't know nothing about Living.
She always reminds me, she's like, you know, Mikey, the past is painful. Could be painful, might be painful, there's a lot there. The present, there's just so much going on. It's always going to be precarious. A lot of uncertainty, a lot of unknownness, a lot of, man, how are things going to land as we move through and push through? But the future is always free. The future is always in front of us. We get to dictate and shape what that future looks like. So look, young men of color, and in case there's some OGs in here who are students too, because I know that we have students that range from like 18 all the way to 65. Own your epistemic self. Now own everything about the beautiful and the ugly that life brings, and turn it into everything that will make you the greatest human being you can ever be. That's what it means to be man of color. So with that said, sorry I can't stick around. I gotta bounce out, and I got a long day ahead of me with trying to raise funds and make sure that, y'all got some dough to flow with, and other important meetings. But take that for what it is, man. And I appreciate Jermaine that asked for people to be present. Be present. So turn to one of your brothers next to you right quick and just say this. Bruh. Turn to somebody.
Bruh.
I got you.
I got you.
And then turn to each other and say, bruh.
Bruh.
We got weed.
We got weed.
Peace.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Michael Benitez.
Sure, thank you.
Your man was right. He is busy now.
Yeah.
Querer es poder. Where there is will, there is power. But today we go deeper than willpower alone. Hello, my name is Benjamin Chavez Soto. I'm currently a junior pursuing a computer science major. I'm also the current president of the Alpha Gamma chapter of New Alpha Kappa Fraternity Incorporated, and I'm the community leader of the Brother to Brother program. This summit asks us to wrestle with the deeper question: who defines success and why? For too long, success has been defined for men of color through narrow expectations, survival-based narratives, or standards that fail to reflect the fullness of who we are. Too often, our value has been measured without regard for our lived realities, our communities, our healing, and our vision. Today, we reclaim that power. We define success not only through achievement, but through leadership, wellness, academic and professional growth, community impact, and the legacy we choose to build. This summit is rooted in the belief that belonging matters, that culture matters, and that men of color deserve spaces that do not ask them to fragment themselves in order to succeed. We are here to learn leadership can be grounded in authenticity, that wellness is part of excellence, and community is not separate from success, it is central to it. Our goal today is not simply to inform you, it is to transform how you see yourself, your potential, your future. So I challenge you, think bigger, move with intention, take ownership of your voice, your growth, and your path. because your future is not something you wait for, it is something you build. So I want to remind you guys today, use this time, this space to connect, network, and be intentional about the spaces we're in. The person next to you, you should be already asking them what their LinkedIn is, what they do, because you never know when that person can hook you up in the future or get you where you need to be. For our first speakers for today is someone you may have seen on TV delivering your daily forecast.
Yep.
But today he is here to bring insight, inspiration, and a message beyond the weather. Jaden Knowles is an accomplished host, MC, and a keynote speaker with experience leading high school profile events across Texas and Colorado. He has served as host of DFW Fashion Week, emceed the Union Station Christmas tree lighting in Denver, and led the Golden for Gold celebration in Golden, Colorado. Jaden also hosted a ski country resort panel, bringing together industry leaders to discuss tourism and mountain culture in Colorado. In addition to live event hosting, he was selected as a keynote speaker for his high school, inspiring students through his career journey, and has hosted the Midwestern State University banquet, engaging alumni, faculty, and the community leaders. Known for his energy, professionalism, and ability to connect with diverse audience, Jaden brings confidence and authenticity to every stage. Please join me in welcoming Jaden Knowles.
Buenos dias. ¿Cómo estás? Me llamo Jaden. That was a great intro, man. I appreciate that. Did I write that? I forgot I did all that, man. So yeah, I'm on TV. A lot of times it's just me and the camera, so being in front of people is a little bit different. So bear with me when I look down on my notes. I wrote down a speech because I really want to be able to connect to everybody. Whenever you write it down, it becomes true. So with that being said, good morning to everyone. Like I mentioned, buenos dias. It's so good to be here. I'm so glad that you guys invited me to speak to you guys and to connect with you guys. But first, I want to say it's an honor to be in a room full of men of color, men of excellence. When I look at y'all, I don't just see students. I see future leaders, creators, innovators, people who are going to shape spaces that weren't always built with us in mind. Right. And I see a lot of myself in y'all. I got a chance to talk to some people at the table there. Y'all are ambitious. Y'all really want to make it whenever you guys graduate. My journey didn't follow a straight line, though. It didn't come with guarantees, and it definitely didn't look the way that I thought it would look when I first started. I went to the University of Oklahoma to play football, and that was the dream. Any OU fans up here? This was real quiet. Yeah, Sooner, yeah. I should have won my Big 12 championship. But I wasn't a five-star recruit. I wasn't the guy with all the offers. I was a walk-on running back, and that meant every single day I had to prove that I belonged. Nothing was given to me, and I had to fight just to get reps in practice. I had to fight to be seen. I had to fight through moments where it felt like I was invisible. Like no matter how hard that I worked, it wasn't enough. And let me be real with you guys. There were days I questioned everything. Days I wondered if I should keep going. Days I thought maybe I just wasn't that guy. But I stayed anyways. Not because it was easy, but because I made a decision. I wasn't going to quit on myself. And eventually I earned my way onto the field. And that moment, it meant everything for me. It meant something different for me. Because it wasn't just about football. It was about what it took to get there. The journey is always better than the destination. And when you really embrace that journey, man, it feels amazing whenever you finally get to that place. When you get to that place, you're like, man, it's cool that it's here, but I really like to be in them trenches. That's what it means, to be in them trenches. It's football terminology there. And like a lot of athletes, I had my eyes on the NFL, and I got pretty close. I had a tryout with the Rams, but I tore my patellar tendon in my knee, so I really didn't even get to make that tryout. But, it was there. The opportunity was there. But here's the part we don't really get to talk about. Sometimes your dreams change, or better yet, sometimes your purpose is bigger than the dream you started with. Football didn't work out the way that I imagined, and for a minute, I felt lost, because whenever you tie your identity to one thing for so long, it's hard to figure out who you are without it. But I found God, and I knew my identity was in Him. So I can start preaching here, but church on Sunday, so I'm gonna let y'all just go to y'all good church on Sunday.
But there was another part of me that had been growing quietly the whole time, and that was meteorology. That was weather. I've always wanted to be a meteorologist.
Yes.
Now that I know that's not the typical transition that people expect, running back to weatherman, but it sounds like a plot twist, maybe a future Netflix film.
Right.
I've been in contact, so y'all be on the lookout for that. I'm just kidding. But for me, it became a new lane, a new way to show up, and a new way to tell stories and connect with people. My first job took me to a small market in Texas. It's in Wichita Falls, Texas, market 148. I think there's only 200 news stations across the country, so it was a very small market. Not a lot of people was there in that city. Not a lot of big lights, not the major city, just an opportunity. And just like football, I had to start from the bottom again. Now, it was a new environment, new expectations, and once again, I was the only black face in the room. I was the first black meteorologist there in Wichita Falls. So that comes with a lot of pressure, believe it or not. Because whether people say it or not, you're representing more than just yourself. You're carrying expectations. You're navigating spaces where sometimes you feel like you have to be twice as good just to be seen as equal. But I leaned into it, and I kept working, and I kept learning, and I kept showing up. And eventually that work led me here to Denver. It was crazy how I got here to Denver because, I had an uncle that lived here, but I'm a Texas guy, and I wanted to go to Miami. Miami was a fast life. He got a lot of, Latinas out there. You see my Spanish a little poquito, just a little bit. So, I really wanted to go to Miami. I was talking to them a little bit, but, it's crazy how God works because Denver called me. I didn't apply for this job. They just saw my highlight tape basically on YouTube, and they thought I would be a great fit. And I went on my interview and saw Colorado, fell in love with it. So I'm glad that I'm here.
That's what's up.
Now, I stand here as the first black male meteorologist in the Space for 9 News. I'm the first black male. We've had a black meteorologist before, Lauren. She's in Atlanta now. But, I'm the first black male meteorologist. And in my first year, I was honored to win Best Weathercaster in Colorado. I just won that just last week, and I haven't even been here yet. It'll be a year in May, so May 5th will be my actual 1 year. So it's crazy to win that award without even being here a year, over your chief meteorologist. It's crazy. Who's been here for 30 years. And I'm proud of that. And I'm not just proud because of the award, but I'm also proud because of what it represents. It represents every moment I doubted myself and kept going. It represents every time I walked into a room and didn't see anyone who looked like me, but I stayed anyway. It represents growth, and that's what I want to leave with you today. Your path might not look like what you planned, but you might start in one place and end up somewhere completely different. You might have moments where you feel overlooked, undervalued, questioned, but none of that defines your ceiling. What defines you is how you respond. Do you keep going when it gets uncomfortable? Do you stay committed when nobody's clapping? Do you believe in yourself before the results show up? Because I promise you, those are the moments that matter the most. And also, don't box yourself in. You're allowed to evolve. You're allowed to have multiple passions, and you're allowed to redefine yourself with what success looks like for you. For me, success used to look like making it to the league, but now success is more of an impact. I want to impact everyone that I come across. And it's knowing that a young black kid can turn on the TV, see me, and think, man, I can do that. I want to be a meteorologist now. I want to be the next best thing. Like for me, that was Al Roker. Al Roker was like the only, black meteorologist that you saw across the country. And I was like, I want to be like that brother. And there was only one other black meteorologist in the DFW Metroplex, and now he's my mentor. It's crazy that you're in the same industry as your mentor that you grew up watching. But, my passion is standing in rooms like this and being able to tell you not just that you can make it, but that there are multiple ways to make it. So whatever your dream is right now, chase it with all that you have. Go all in, but also understand if life redirects you, that doesn't mean that you failed. It means that you're being positioned for something even greater. I went from fighting for carries as a walk-on running back to forecasting storms on TV to standing here speaking to you guys. And that's not the path that I planned, at least this quick. I've always wanted to be a meteorologist, but I thought I'd play in the league about 5 years, then retire and, get that bread a little bit and put that in the savings account, then start TV. But, this came quicker. And it's just God's time. It's God's plan. So I really am where I'm supposed to be right now. But I want you guys to trust it, bet on yourself, and don't quit on who you're becoming. Is there any questions for anybody? I want to answer some questions today. I know somebody got a question. Yes, sir.
Was the challenges worth it?
Oh yeah. Listen, I'm so glad to go through challenges because I feel like that's a blessing. If you don't have no challenges, are you really doing what you're supposed to be doing? It's like you having, haters. A lot of people like to talk about you. But I always say if you got haters, it must mean you're doing something right. So of course I love the challenges and the challenges was worth it. Yes, sir.
Did you always like public speaking, or really got you into like wanting to be on TV?
Yeah, so public speaking and TV is totally different. I'm still trying to get used to the public speaking aspect of it, of everything. But with TV, it's just you and the camera, maybe about 2 other people in the studio. But I guess when I graduated college, the opportunities because of TV, they kept coming to me like for emceeing events and speaking engagements like this. So I guess it's starting to grow on me that now I do want to start speaking more in public just because I get to impact more people. Like I said, that's my passion. I like to impact people, so it's cool now.
As a man of color, like, were there any moments where people were like holding you down, and like when you were in those moments, how did you fight through it and tell yourself like this isn't like where my journey's gonna end? How did you keep moving forward?
Well, that's a great question. Yeah, there has been plenty of moments. I'm only 25, and I've already went through so many moments where somebody said, because of the way I look. So my goal is to go to the network. I want to go to Good Morning America, Today's Show. And, there's been times where like agents will come hit you up and, they ask you, what do you want to be? What's your goal? What's your end goal? And I tell them, and they're like, it's a great goal, but, a lot of times the network doesn't hire people that look like you. You're a little too young. Like I said, I love the challenge. And anytime somebody say I can't do something, I'm going to do it. And I'm going to post about it and maybe even tag them. But the best way to get through that though is definitely to have a foundation. You got to have a firm foundation in God, and if you have that, that any obstacle that comes to you, you're going to be able to get through that. It's going to be hard. It's not going to be easy, but if you embrace the journey, and you're going to be able to make that. Yes.
How much have you depended on your family and community? How much did they get you through that? And do you find that support here in the Denver community?
Yeah, my family is a big support system. I mean, there's some times where, I'm really confident in myself and I know that I'm gonna, accomplish things, but there's some times when work is really hard, it's really stressful. You might get a bad email from a viewer that you never gonna meet, but sometimes they just know how to get to you. And, behind closed doors, I'm able to call my big brother, my mom, my dad, and, they see the tears. They see the hard work I'm putting in, but they support me so much. They give me those words of wisdom. They give me scripture, and that helps me continue to go. Here in Colorado, that's the reason I like it so much. People here are like family. They're so nice. It's different in Texas. Texas is a big state, and it's different down there. Men of color, it's different down there. So here, I noticed that they embraced me really quickly. Like after my first week working, being on TV, a lot of people hitting me up, wanting to go out for coffee and just, show me the city. So it's a really good family atmosphere here.
What advice you give for college students in Denver?
What advice I give for college students in Denver? Man, just keep on working hard. Well, let me say this. However you do anything is how you do everything. So let that sink in. You walking down the hall, you see some trash on the floor, just pick it up. Because you never know who's looking. Whoever is looking, whatever career field that you want to be in, especially in a university like this, one of your professions might be in a career that you actually want to be in. And, depending on how you behave and treat other people, they see that and they can actually help you get to that next step. But, you treating Johnny over here, really bad. They see that. They're like, I'm not going to help this guy. He has bad character. So how you do anything is how you do everything. Yes, sir.
So as we move through the system, as it was called earlier, public speaking is going to be a part of our life. So what can we do to get better and better? And did you take classes, or what did you do to become a public speaker?
I did take a class. It was a public speaking class in college. Honestly, at the time, I just did it for credits. I didn't really think I was going to use it just because, that mindset at the time was go to the NFL. And like I said, TV is just a little bit different. You know, TV, you do have to do a lot of public speaking engagements just because everybody know you, but I didn't really think that I would use it. But in order to prepare, one thing that I found out is repetition. The more you just get out there and do it, you know, it's basically like anything that you do, like sports. You want to relate it to sports. You know, you nervous on running a route, you got to continue running it, practice it on hair, then practice it in front of somebody, then you get to the game, you've done it 100 times, it comes naturally to you. So I would say repetition, get you a nice group of friends, and just say, hey, let me run through the speech real quick. Give me your honest opinion, and then, you know, make the adjustments accordingly. Yes, sir.
Yeah, what was the big culture shock when you transitioned from the college sports world to the media world?
Definitely like the brotherhood of a locker room. That's like one of the hardest things whenever you leave campus. Not even just the locker room, but just, you know, you have your friends on campus. You guys probably do, you know, anything on the weekends with your friends. You already know you have, you know, a schedule. You got class, you got lunch, dinner, then hang out with your friends, maybe watch some TV, then do it all over again. Whenever you graduate, you're in the world. It's different out here, man. You know, you gotta go get it for yourself. Nobody's gonna baby you. Nobody's gonna continue to, you know, make you get there. You gotta have that want by yourself. And I feel like college sometimes there's gonna be a lot of people around you who says, like, tries to help you get there, honestly. Whenever you're out in the real world, you're by yourself, and it's kind of harder to meet different people, a good friend group. I mean, I've only been here for a year, which will be, you know, next week. And I really don't have like a big friend group. You know, I got a couple of people, but for the most part, it's tough. And so that's something that you can prepare yourself now by, like, this room right here, connecting to different people, getting LinkedIn's, maybe setting up a coffee date. And then now whenever you graduate, you got somebody you can connect with. So let me take one more question. I got the 1 minute. I'm good with that, TV, you know. Yes, sir.
Well, what advice would you give Black men specifically in this field of science? Because we're not geared towards science. Like myself too, I wanted to be a meteorologist. Growing up, I was called the weatherman because I used to predict the weather when I was a kid. I tell you, and in Colorado especially, that's really crazy because we have very abnormal weather. But what advice would you give to the soon-to-be graduates on what steps they should take so they can pursue their careers in that field?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if you dominate science, science is used in almost every profession, especially every profession that really makes a lot of money. You know, I'm not saying I make a lot of money. I'm still working my way up top. But I would say fall in love with learning. You know, that's the best. That's the best way. Like, I've never stopped learning. I've graduated in 2022, but I'm still learning each and every day from my mentors, my peers. But also pick up a book and read it. You know, our generation and younger, we're not doing that. We on social media, on TikTok. But if you actually learn to have more of a vocabulary and, you know, read different books, that'll help you out. As a Black man, just in the industry, I would say it's tough, man. But I would definitely say just continue to be the person who you really are. You know, don't let somebody get you out of character, because a lot of times whenever you get in these different spaces, people will do different things professionally that is kind of similar to bullying, and they want to get you out that character. So the more you can stay in character, the more you can defeat that. So, but I appreciate everybody having me up here. I'm glad to, you know, connect with anybody. If you want to see me, I'll be over there. So appreciate you guys.
Quick story. So I met Jaden randomly. Even though he went to OU and all that other stuff, we never crossed paths while in Oklahoma. And so I think we had a department luncheon or retreat, and we were downtown near the Union Station, and I happened, me and Armando at the time happened to go over to the Union Station, and we were talking about, because it was around playoff season, because I'm a Thunder fan, what's up? And just talking, and he overheard us talking, and he was like, who's from Oklahoma? And so we got to rapping, right? And I got to telling him my experience, and he shared his experience, just navigating his work as a meteorologist and being so young, and I was inspired, right? So I was like, yo, we're gonna have to exchange numbers. I think there's an opportunity for you to meet and talk with young people. And here we are today. I got him in front of us because I felt like he's connected, much more connected to you all than I am by age. And so if y'all can see this young brother doing something as big as he's doing, be empowered to show up the same way. You got it? So real quick, I wanted to go over some things in our agenda. So you received a ticket at registration, right? You have the opportunity to collect up to 3 tickets today by doing surveys. Woohoo, right? So during each breakout, at the end of each breakout, the facilitator will let you know that, hey, fill out the survey, show our brother who will be coming up next, who will be giving you all tickets as you show you that you completed the survey. Every time you complete the survey, you'll get a ticket up to 3 times today. Other than that, the restrooms are behind every elevator on each floor. We will go down to the second floor. That's where the breakout rooms will be. After the first breakout session, there will be an opportunity for you all to connect with vendors and orgs and alumni. Take advantage of that time. Yes, it's a break, but we have about 50 minutes for you to take that break and go over and grab books and things of that nature. You received little MOC bucks, right? Yep. $40 worth. Exchange that for books. He was talking about reading earlier. This is your opportunity to get free books. So I encourage you to visit with the vendors and take advantage of this space. As we've mentioned several times before, this is a powerful group, and I'm so inspired to be a leader in this work. So thank you. At this time, I'm going to wait. So I'm going to welcome up Collins Robinson to give you some insight on our breakout sessions. Real quick, because I realize Jaden also have to leave, I want to present you with this gift from brother to brother in the committee of, it's a box with your initial on it. Oh man, I wish it was some days. But it's if you're a collector of watches and things like that, you have a engraved with your name wooden box that you can collect your watches in.
Nice.
All right, y'all. I'm gonna try to make this real quick as we break down how our breakout rooms or breakout sessions are gonna go. Then I'm gonna let y'all loose and we're gonna get to it. Right. So first, good morning, y'all. My name is Collins Robinson. I'm the Compliance and Operations Manager with the University of Virginia Students Office. I'm excited to kick off the breakout group sessions for today's summit, as we have some phenomenal leaders who have given the time to share their knowledge and insights to the office. Right. To give an overview, or to give a quick overview of today's breakout sessions. For our first breakout session, we'll have DeJuan Baker, an Associate Athletics Director at CU Boulder for Impact and Strategic Development, to speak on the topic Thriving, Not Surviving, Strategies for Belonging at Historically White Institutions. This session will be in JSSB 205. And then for our second breakout session, we will have Omar Montgomery, Officer of the NAACP here in Aurora, Colorado, to speak on the topic Rooted in Community, Rising Leadership, which will be in JSSB 209. Throughout the program, we hope you will engage in a few of our grounding guidelines. 1, engage in open and honest dialogue during and beyond today's event. Try your best to be present and attentive, as today will have many opportunities to grow and learn. 3, be open to new perspectives. 4, engage in respectful disagreement. If you're going to disagree with a person's ideas without attacking their humanity. And lastly, use active listening. All right. At registration, you are assigned one of 2 groups, Group 1 or Group 2. If they think it's don't bring them up. All right. So what we're gonna do, if you are on this half of the room, so like if you split that middle table down and you go to the right, we're gonna have you be a part of group 1, right? If we're to the left of that, to the far side of the room, we're gonna have you be a part of group 2. Cool?
Yeah.
Group 1 is going to be with, or I'm not getting into myself. When I call your group, we will have you make your way to your first session. Both groups will have attended both breakout sessions by the end of today's summit, and we have signs posted in the hallway to help you navigate to the appropriate classroom. Before you leave the room for each session, as Jermaine mentioned, be sure to complete the post-breakout session surveys, providing your honest thoughts and feedback on the breakout sessions. There are QR codes that you will see as you exit the breakout session room that you can scan that will take you to the post-breakout session surveys. And then as Jermaine mentioned, by completing the post-breakout session surveys, you will receive an extra raffle ticket. All right. For those of you who are in group 1, so this side of the room, I'm gonna have you guys make your way to JSSB 205. You guys want to start making your way down there? And then for the people that are on the other half of the room, the far side, we're gonna have you make your way down to JSSB 209. Cool?
What you majoring in, bro?
I'm majoring sport management, brother.
Oh, okay.
Yes, sir. You know, because I used to coach youth football, high school football. So the end goal is I want to be an athletics director.
Yeah, that's what's up.
Oh, you have to leave right now.
I graduated in 2012. Yeah, the same year I graduated, I became a university. And that storm is coming in. So we gotta go to 205. Then go to 205. We should be with. No, we go to 207. Yeah, we went Umar. Might just take the stairs. Yeah, I had when I was here, I had graduated in criminal justice. Yeah, I'm running for office. I'm on the ballot for House District 8. Right. $207. It's gotta be this one. Round spots, that's cool. Sure. Get your wings. That's real nice.
They got it set up.
Yeah, they do.
I appreciate that. Look. It's a little cold, man. I'm gonna put on my sweatshirt.
So you part of any organizations on campus? Like Black Student Alliance or anything like that?
I've been looking at getting involved with some organizations. I applied for and interviewed to be a peer mentor,
Yeah,
so I can, because
we need more of us. Yeah.
growing up, I didn't coming on the show, I didn't really have a lot of mentors.
Mm-hmm.
How can I be a mentor that I didn't have?
Right.
So hopefully, I hope I can get that job as a peer mentor, so I can give back to not just students of color, but just students in general. Because it's been 10 years since I graduated high school.
Okay. Where did you graduate from? Granby. In Aurora?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
For any student that might, take a break and come down to school for the break,
Yeah.
you're not behind.
Right. Yeah, I'd take a break. I was supposed to graduate 2009, so I was a little behind. 2012. I had a lot of stuff going on.
That's life. That's life. People don't really understand. Like, you have a plan, and then there's life. How do you like?
I was navigating the street life and the college life. It was difficult.
Yeah, I can't even imagine, bro. But you're here today.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a beauty, bro.
Right.
That's a beauty.
I did not think I would make it today. I'm almost 40 years. I did not think I was gonna see it.
That's okay, bro. And like, honestly, the fact that you saw it through,
Mm-hmm.
I love that, bro. That's beautiful.
Yeah, that determination.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, bro. Like I said, you can go back and you can show people, like, hey, bro, if I can do it,
Right, you can definitely do it.
definitely do it, bro. Ain't no shame, ain't no way around it, bro. That's your rules,
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
Especially the way like the system is set up
Right.
to go against us.
Yeah.
Not like change the system, but you can change
How to navigate it, right?
You know, how you make it work for you, bro.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta do it the other way around.
Right. They get no Red Bulls.
Yeah, I don't know.
Right. Yeah, I was a troublemaker when I was here. They good times. That's banned me for 8 years. They banned me from the campus for 8 years. Yeah. That's
Are y'all in
how.
the breakout room?
Yes.
It's supposed to be 209.
Oh, we went to the wrong one. I thought it was 207.
So it's 205 and 209.
Oh, okay, good.
Oh, it is for y'all, but during breaks.
Oh.
I was like,
There he is. That's my old professor, y'all. When I was a student here, he was my professor.
my fam right here.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and get started. The question I was, what does these terms mean to you? Building the world around you. You are the architect of your future. I may have to get out my jacket for this one. Go ahead.
Kind of like when you have to take action for your own destiny.
You have to take action for your own destiny. How many people actually believe they can control the world around you? Yeah, I gotta get out my check.
Yeah, he don't.
How many of you believe you can control the world around you? How many of you believe the world controls you? You believe the world controls you?
A lot of factors.
Yeah, we're gonna get some work done in here today. As we begin, back to the technical issues. Hold on. Come on in.
Hello.
I gotta start back with the jacket on there. Maybe this group will be a little bit more. Thinking this may be it. I just started over, what, 3 times now? Yeah. Which is good.
I mean, that's how you know you're in the right place because people keep on.
Hey, you know what? If there was one person in here, we gonna rock and roll.
Right.
So, this term, build the world around you. Before y'all came in, I'm gonna ask this question to y'all. I got a little silence with that group. How many of you believe you can build the world around you? Why?
1, 2.
I think because a lot of people who doubt your skills, I feel like it's fuel for me to motivate.
You get motivated when people doubt you. Change that to get rid of the deficit stuff or who doubt you and make it more of a positive statement. Try it again.
People who doubt me fuel me.
You said doubt. I want the word doubt out. Try it again.
People who fuel me to raise the world around me.
What's the difference?
The doubt part.
Doubt part. Number one, all deficit language we getting rid of today. If there's doubt, if there's a no, if there's a situation where someone has said you can't, or you sitting in the room saying you can't, I want you to eliminate that for the next 30, 40 minutes. We in here hanging out because as far as I'm concerned, you are the geniuses I want to hang out with. Maybe y'all didn't hear me. Maybe you'll hear me. You're the genius I want to hang out with. How many of you believe you're geniuses? Okay, we're going to get the work done. And you know what? I may have to eliminate this whole thing with the PowerPoint because it keeps going out. And 4 simple rules. Be open. Do not take it personal. This is a safe space to share. Discuss the issues, not the person. Very quickly. Now, who am I? Forget this. I'm Omar Montgomery, Director of Community Engagement for Cherry Creek School District, a proud brother of Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated, State Conference President of the NAACP for Wyoming, Colorado, Montana, and sit on the national board for the NAACP. That's not bragging. That's the world I created. And I had to ask myself some questions. One of the key questions I asked was, how do I connect with the right people to correct the world around me? Who am I asking? Who's with me? Who are the people I wish I asked, and who are the people I have access to? Let's repeat that. Who are the people I wish I could ask, and who are the people I have true access to? The people I wish I could ask, President Obama, John Hope Bryant. Anybody familiar with Brother John Hope Bryant, especially if you're a business major? That brother is solid. Queen Latifah, Why? Because I'm a big fan of the Equalizer. I just gotta be honest. I like the way she be kicking people butt on the Equalizer. And I just want to know how she has been able, as a sister, to survive in hip hop, be a jazz singer, and then be a business person.
Right.
But see, I know I don't have immediate access to those people. So then I go back to the next question. Who do I have access to help build this world around me? So the story time comes in. I used to work in UPS when I was y'all age in college. When I went to college, my father was a college professor. So yes, there was some privilege there, but anybody know the world of education, it really don't pay the way you would like sometimes. So my father was like, hey, I'll get you in, but you got to figure it out from there. So I went to Cal State Long Beach. I am a straight up West Coast kid from California. Straight up. South Central LA, Compton, Watts, all that. That's where I was born and raised. 100% Cali certified. I started working at UPS. Anybody ever, would you think that you could learn about stocks at UPS? I was a truck washer. And what did that mean? I mean, I went there and washed the trucks. The drivers was on the time, they urinating the trucks, and I'm in there cleaning ammonia, urine, and all this other stuff. And one day this brother stopped me and he says, what is your plan? I mean, brother, I don't even know. You know how brothers are. You know, first of all, like, who are you talking to?
Right.
Like, you know, we get skeptical. You know how brothers are, especially with other brothers. Let's just keep it real. We're like, well, dog, who are you talking to? And he was an older brother. He said, brother, what's your plan? He said, I see you every day in here. I know you go to college. What is your plan? Oh, no. I mean, go to school, get a degree, get a job. He said, that's not a plan. He said, you're just following actions. So then he pulled me over and he said, are you investing in stock? I said, bro, I'm 18, 19. Stock what? Do you have mutual funds? Mutually girlfriends? Yeah, but what do you mean mutually funds? What are you talking about?
Right.
He said, brother, for the next week you come by here. I don't care what your time is on these things, you and I don't talk. He started talking to me about investment. He started talking to me about stocks. He started talking to me about retirement. Now, John Hope Bryant was who I wish I could have talked to, but I had the brother at UPS who was there and pulled me over and was giving me game. He was a driver and had already prepared for his retirement. Then my neighbor Gilbert. Oh, my neighbor Gilbert. See, my neighbor Gilbert, my father and my mom are in my life 100%. But they were smart enough to put other people around me as well. So Gilbert was my neighbor. Gilbert was in the Air Force, family man, tall. We would go play basketball. He was my day-to-day mentor. It wasn't my father that taught me how to shave. It was Gilbert that taught me how to shave. That's no shade of my father. That's just Gilbert taught me how to shave. And when I was a freshman in high school, I had full sideburns. People thought I was a cop. No, I walked in ninth grade, full sideburns. They like, 9-0, 9-0. And my basketball coach said, I ain't letting your butt on the court until you shave. I'm like, how do I shave? He said, find somebody, get a razor. But don't come to the game looking like that. Gilbert said, I got you. Showed me how to shave. Told me about traveling because he was in the Air Force. I watched him and his wife to understand family. I had access to Gilbert. 2 other people, then I'll go to the next. My parents. How many people sometimes believe, damn, my parents just get on my nerves? That's just my mom and father still alive, and I'll tell you what, they get on my nerves every day. But my father, when I walked in today, this will make sense in a minute. Brother walked up to me and said, Mr. Montgomery, you didn't have to dress like that. You could have dressed casual. I said, this is casual for me.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm going to be in front of my brothers, I always want to be at my best. This is my best. I'm not saying it's yours. It's my best. My father always says, if you want people to treat you a certain way, then you have to show up the way you want to be treated. I ain't gonna lie, I'm a little spoiled. When I walk into a room, I want that Starbucks customer service treatment. Mr. Montgomery, how you doing? Because I'm gonna treat you the same way. I go to Starbucks not because I like the coffee, because I like how I'm welcome when I come in. It's a great start to your morning when somebody say, good morning, how you doing, Mr. Montgomery? And they already got your drink ready, and they gonna take your $10 for a cup of coffee. I do it to start my day. And my father was the one that taught me that. He taught me about activism. He taught me about protesting. And then my mother taught me about hard work, who was a bus driver getting up at 4 or 5 in the morning. My mother was a bus driver in Los Angeles when they didn't have all this technology to make sure she was safe. My mom would carry a pocket knife and say, hey, if it's going to be on, it's going to be on.
Mm-hmm.
This was a time when a lot of women wasn't bus drivers. My mom learned how to forge relationships with the people on the bus that was homeless, and they protected her. Yep. She would let them ride free. They would sit in the front. Anybody got a hand, they took care of it. Mm-hmm. Taught me about relationship building. These were the people I had access to. And at the time, I didn't recognize how much it was pouring into me to build that world I was looking for. First of all, I had to define the world I was looking for. How many of you know what type of world you want around you? Yeah.
So I'm a founding brother of Blacc Phi Fraternity Incorporated here in MSU. And I wanted to do that to create a world of motivated Latinos around me to help me through this journey of going to law school. I want to work in somewhere and have expectations of higher education. And this is what the community I want to create right now. And that's what my mission has been for the past few months here at MSU.
I want everybody to take a minute. And if you never thought, write 3 sentences down about the type of world you want. I want you to say it. Yes, I'm going to keep talking while you talk. I don't want you to talk at the same time. Why is this important? If you don't have it written, how can you create the plan? How can you create the plan? Do you know you have to have a strategic plan for your life? Not, you know how some people say, hey, I want to be a doctor. I love you want to be a doctor. How you going to get there? Well, you know, I ain't thought about that part yet. Wait, time out. What you want me to take? You want to be a doctor, but you haven't thought about how to get there. That's not a slight on that person. No one he hasn't asked the right question. He hasn't been around the people to ask the right question. Sometimes we believe we have to have access to the people that are experts in the field that we don't have access to. No. There are free clinics all over the place. Go in there, doc, hey, how did you become a doctor?
Mm-hmm.
You're on the college campus that have a medical facility. How did you become a doctor? By the way, did you know you are right? You are in a place where you have millions of dollars of knowledge. Right here. Are you asking those questions to build that world around you? When you in your professor's class, are you just pissed because they gave you a long research paper? Or are you actually talking to that professor and getting knowledge, getting game, getting jewels, getting pearls? When I was in high school, hold on, let me write this on the board. That was my GPA.
Oh.
My father, a college professor. Didn't I tell you that?
Yeah.
Now, my mother was real strict. I was always good with technology. So I ain't gonna say that my report cards didn't reflect my true grades, but they saw a mirage of my grades. And this was my real GPA. I played basketball. Oh, I was good in basketball. I was good. Oh, I had no problem doing what I need to do on the court, but I wasn't preparing the world around me, so I got academically ineligible. And when my father asked me, how come you're not on the court and I falsified these report cards? I was like, well, see, and then my dean is sitting behind me and said, I want to see how you squirm out of this lie. I just said I'm academically ineligible. And my father pulls out my report card and says, how are you academically ineligible? And the dean is looking at me like, yeah, tell the truth.
Mm-hmm.
Well, see, what had happened was, my father, I'm not gonna lie, helped me get into college because I wasn't getting to college on this. And because I had to lean on my father, I felt embarrassed. Anybody ever felt embarrassed and you feel like I have to perform? Anybody ever been there? Where you got embarrassed, you like, hey, and I'm not just talking about sports, I'm talking about life, where you got embarrassed and the next thing you know, I got to step my game up. And when I got to college, I had to change my world around me. Because I wasn't going to flunk out of college. I wasn't going to embarrass my family. I wasn't going to embarrass myself. So I got with a group of friends. We all broke. Ain't nobody got no money. And if anybody remember, Taco Bell had 29-cent tacos on Tuesday. And we would go and scrape up the change in the car, and that was how we ate on Tuesday. And then we would go to all the college events like y'all do now, knowing that there's gonna be some food. That was my breakfast, lunch, or whatever they have, getting student leadership. Or y'all having something? Okay, yeah. I'm there. I'll be a little late for class, but I gotta eat breakfast. Oh, this is what's happening at lunch. World community, we gonna love each other today? Okay, cool. I'm gonna go get lunch. Top Ramen made a million different ways. Not 10, a million different ways. That was my life. See, my friends, I couldn't afford parking, so we parked outside the college, used one pass that we all chipped in on, get there about 6 in the morning, because LA traffic is real. And we all drive in together. We all pushed each other to study. This is before cell phones. The world around me was people who wanted to succeed. And they pushed me when I got lazy with papers. They pushed me when I said, hey, I don't feel like doing this today. They would grab my butt out of a park and be like, we gotta study. And I didn't argue because I gave them permission. They said, this is the world you want. You want peace, you want academic achievement, you want to be a business person, you want to be an activist. Well, you can't do that if you're not performing
right.
Let me fast forward this a little bit. I didn't have a car, I had an automobile. Let me tell you the difference. A car is a car you're proud of. You wake up in the morning, you wash it. You put some rims on it, you put some tires, you know what I'm talking about, right? You polish that up, you make sure it smells good every day. An automobile, you just hope it starts.
Right.
That's the difference. I had an automobile. I don't know. So one day it was finals. I'm on the 405 freeway. For those who know LA, I'm on the 405 freeway about to cut over to where it turns in into Long Beach.
Mm-hmm.
And my car stopped.
Oh man.
So now, this is before cell phone. Well, we had the big block cell phones. Everybody didn't have a cell phone. I got to walk to the yellow box. For those who old school, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
The yellow box on the highway. I say, hey, I need you to call my best friend, who is still my best friend today.
Barely old enough.
Dude, I'm on the 405. You just got through with your finals. Come pick me up. Boom. He says, what about your car? That is an automobile. It will be okay. And if they tow it, cool. I just need to go take my final. And since you're really keeping it real, my friends would judge my girlfriends. If this woman is not taking you to the next level, they be like, oh, what you with her? I'm like, dude, I like it. No. Every time I see y'all arguing. Every time I see y'all, you look pissed off, she look pissed off. I ain't saying she a bad person, she's just not the person for you. You know how many brothers have gone to jail making emotional decisions about relationships? Get mad, not that they're a bad person, just at that moment, they said, nah, brother, this is not you. Because part of the world you said you wanted was peace. I'm not talking about world peace. That will come later as you get your skills together.
Right.
I'm talking about peace in your circle. Because if I don't have peace in my circle, I cannot achieve.
Right.
I can't study for my finals. I can't show up my best to what I need to be. Fast forward the next two people, my wife and my son. My life makes me a better man. My wife would check me in the heartbeat. Why are you coming in with that attitude? Yeah, baby, you're right. And it's not from a negative perspective because we don't yell and scream at each other. She just say, why are you coming in with this attitude? I don't get back and say, who the hell are you talking to? Because you have that right to say that. It's the after effects after that you really don't want.
Right.
You know what I say? Yes, babe. Let me go walk the dog. Let me hit the reset button and let me come in with a better. Because I said I wanted peace in the world around. How do we get to this world? One, asking the right questions from the right people you have access to today. That's number one. Asking the right questions to the right people you have access to today. After you ask those people, then you have to reflect on the responses. You know how many people I've given advice to and they go back and do the same thing? Then they ask me for the same advice and I give them the same answer. They ask me for the same advice. I give. After about 3 or 4 times, I don't know about you. I'm great. I'm getting stubborn. I'm getting old. Oh, brother, I can't answer that question 4 times, bro. And you ain't done nothing. You haven't done nothing. You haven't taken that step. Well, you know, I want to learn how to invest. I gave you a link to a company called Stash where you can put in $10 a month and invest in Apple, invest in Microsoft, invest in NVIDIA, invest in pharmaceuticals. It's a company called Stash. All you need is $10 a month. Man, you know, I got the link, but I didn't. All you had to do
was click the
link.
link.
I just watched you scroll 100,000 different things. You could have been had your investment plan going. Or someone that tells me, hey, I want to be an activist. But they ain't been through no training. They ain't been through nothing. I want to be an activist. They just want to lead people. Anybody been around those folks?
Yeah.
They just want to lead. They just want to be able to say, I'm the boss. I'm president. I'm in charge. This, that, and the other. I had to go through leadership training. I went to workshops. I read books on leadership. I am obsessed with leadership, not from an ego perspective, but how do you get things accomplished? There are times I have to sit down and shut up. There are times where I have to let other people take the lead, although I have the title. There are times where I have to take full accountability for a decision that has gone I had to learn how to be a leader. And some of the things you ask and some of the things you have to read. You have to invest. People say, hey, I want to be a lawyer. Great. Do you subscribe to any of the academic law journals or go to the library and read those academic law journals to learn the new trends in your field? I want to be a pilot. Okay. Do you know how many there's a lot of small airports here. There's the Tuskegee Airmen that try to teach people how to fly for free.
Mm-hmm.
Gotta do your research. Let's go to the next thing. The next thing is, as you implement the plan, don't be afraid to fail. Don't be afraid to fail. How many people are always afraid to fail? Let's be honest. You'd be like, man, you know, if I take this risk and I fail, what happens? You have to take calculated risks. Do you know how many times I've been knocked on my butt? A lot. Even in fights, like physical fights when I was a kid. Quick story about how brave I was that didn't work in my favor. I was about 11 years old. I was at church. And this kid kept messing with me. And I said I was going to take a stand. And when he came outside, he tried to apologize. Do you think I was ready to hear that apology? Man, I must have hit that kid. Anybody ever been in a fight where you threw one punch and you hoped it was over after that? And it turned out it wasn't? Anybody ever been in a situation like that?
Yes.
I wasn't prepared for what happens after the punch. That brother was prepared for what happens after the punch. And let's just say I had to go into survival mode after that.
Yeah.
You know, protect vital organs, making sure I don't get hit in the face.
Yeah.
Maybe get about 2-3 punches in to get a break, hoping the deacons come and break this up quick. Pass for something. Jesus, Lord, somebody come break this up because these punches are coming in furies and I don't have a defense plan for it. What does this have to do with your world? Every now and then, you're going to take calculated risks.
Mm-hmm.
Every now and then, you're going to fail. But how you get up is going to be important. I know that's that cliche. Oh, get up and visit. No. Do you know how many billionaires, millionaires, and everyday people get back up who have failed? And not even failed, maybe just had a bump in the road. Hey, you know what? I want to be a doctor, but I failed biochemistry. Guess what? That doesn't mean you can't be a doctor. That means you got to find a way to pass biochemistry. To the mindset. What I got to do different from the first time I took it so I could pass it the next time. Last but not least, then we're going to go into Q&A. Be happy and be kind. People said, what does that got to do with anything? Be happy and be kind. Why is that important, to be happy and to be kind? So all y'all want to be mean? Talk to me.
I think it's important because, like, if you have like a positive mindset, it's like the filter you have on the world. So like something could happen, like he could bump me in the wrong way, but like instead of getting angry, it could be like, oh, he could be having a bad day too.
Yeah.
Like it puts like a better filter on like their interactions and like perspective.
Why did I say I like going to Starbucks?
Because they treat you nice.
Because I spend $10 on coffee just because they treat me nice. Now imagine if I'm spending $10 on coffee because they have been trained in customer service. What about if my world was that kind? What can I have being attracted to my world where it's a mutual win-win situation with the other party? Think about that. a simple good morning works all. Whenever I talk to, I talk to a lot of people. If I'm talking to the Attorney General, if I'm talking to the mayor, if I'm talking to any of them, the first thing I ask is, one, how are you doing?
Mm-hmm.
Second, how's your family?
Yeah.
Why? Because I'm not just trying to step into business without humanizing the discussion first. I need you to know I care about you as a person. Then I get to business. Hey, Mayor, we got this little situation we need to talk about. Now, if I hop on the phone and said, Mayor, F you, you're racist, you ain't nothing, and by the way, I got this issue I need you to deal with. Am I getting anywhere?
No.
If somebody came to you as a person, think about this. Somebody came to you as a person, dude, I don't like you, but you know, I heard you in that music jam. I want to get put on. You don't look at me like you don't like me, and you want me to
Yeah.
music. Something not clicking here. A simple good morning, a simple handshake. Good morning. How you doing? Great, man. I'm doing lovely. If you're around me and you ask my office, they say, is Omar ever having a bad day? They say it's a bad day when he says good instead of wonderful. And it's not that I'm perfect. And it's not that I don't have issues. It's not that I don't have problems. But I can control what a good morning sounds like. I can control the smile on my face. I can control how I treat people. I can control how I represent myself, even when I'm having one of the worst days in the world. And when I get home, then I call my counsel. Every one of you need to have a counsel that's honest with you. I got 3 best friends that will lay into me and tell me, you are 100% true. That's my counsel. My best friends, my father, my mother, my wife, my son are part of that counsel. My mentors. My mentors will call me out the clear blue sky, see something I said on YouTube, see something I said on the news. They're like, boy, what's your problem? Well, see, I thought I was doing, nah, man. Write a retraction. You want me to, what? Write a retraction. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Goodbye. You got to have a counsel that centers you. And last but not least, get out of this belief you got to do it by. Brothers and sisters believe I got to do it. I'm self-made.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something. You learn and grow from someone even if you just observe. You learn and grow from someone even if you just observing them. Learn. Self-made, okay, yeah, maybe you learned how to play golf by yourself, but guess what? I guarantee you, you looked at someone and said, maybe that's the way I need to swing. Maybe that's how you learn the etiquette on the golf course. Maybe, oh, okay, this is how you pack your golf stuff to make sure you don't get caught in the weather and the storms and all. You observed someone, so you're not self-made. You was observant enough and used that information to assist you. Get your counsel, be kind, ask the right questions to the people you have access to, and start to build that world around you. Thank you, brothers. Talk to me. Nothing's off limits. Any questions you have? Any question? Any question? Yes.
So in terms of like, what's the best way you ensure that you're taking care of your mental health with all that you have responsible? Because often that's the thing that I put in the back burner, in the back of my mind. How do you make sure that you're prioritizing that and keeping that important to you?
That counsel. If my counsel is telling you, look, bro, you need to go talk to somebody. Well, I got health insurance. Let me go make that call. Hey, bro, you gained weight. When I tell you my counsel is brutal, bro, you gained weight. Last time we saw you in Los Angeles, bro, you was in shape. Now you look like you put on about 50 pounds. What's wrong with you? Bro, you got this attitude like nobody want to be around you today. What's going on? So that counsel checks me. My mom. I talk to my mom. I have 4 people I talk to every single morning. My mom. Well, I talk to my wife because my wife, my mom, my father, and my best friend. That's sort of the chatterbox of the council of every. You know, you got that one friend. If you just tell that one friend, they tell everybody. It's like you ain't got to call everyone and tell them because you know he gonna. Even if you say keep it a secret, you know he gonna tell them.
Yep. The town crier.
Yeah, you know you got that person. So that council would reel me in and let me know I need to go take a vacation. I need to hit their reset button. And you have to give them permission to do that. Now, sometimes I push back because sometimes they don't have all the context. And after I give the context, they may call back 2 days later and ask for some more questions. And then they may be like, have you tried this? Have you tried that? You have to be willing to be coachable. You have to be willing to listen. You have to be willing to, at times, say, I may not have all the answers. Who do I go to get it? Any other questions? I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna go 1, 2, 3. Let's go.
Do you have any people that have influenced you? Like I know you talk about Queen Latifah, for example. Anyone that you would recommend to follow, or just to see what their perspective is?
I'm hesitant to answer that because it depends on what you want to do. Mm-hmm. I don't want to just give you abstract people and it's not personal to you. So let's narrow this down a little bit. What is it what's in that world you're trying to build?
For me, I would say it's community building and more specifically trying to create third spaces that are not you have to.
If you look at the app and it says you spent 4 hours somehow on your day scrolling, then there's a problem because that means something got left out. You only got 24 hours in the day. You may sleep for about 4 or 5 or 6. You're going to eat. If you're in college, you're going to be in classes. How do you have time to 4 hours and scroll if you're trying to build that world around you? So I had to reprogram myself on what I use my cell phone for. Now, if you like a brother like Country Wayne, anybody follow Country Wayne? I follow Country Wayne. Big John, Country Wayne, y'all with me, right? So I'm gonna talk to y'all for a minute. Why do I follow Country Wayne? This is more for the business side. This brother was first doing skits that was just with him doing all these different characters to now he has his own social media company making millions of dollars with about 8 or 9 different storylines. Am I correct? Big Job from the West Coast was doing all these comedy skits about West Coast culture. And then ended up having a movie on Tubi. So I said, wait a minute. If this is how we're reaching young people, I need to study these young folks and figure out how do we turn that into activism? How do we turn that to get people excited about voter registration and voter education? How do we get people excited about taking control of their own neighborhoods? How do we get people excited about concentrating on building that road? You have the next question.
Thank you.
Did that answer your question? Or? Yes.
So you brought up questioning a lot. So how would you improve like your ability to ask questions and furthermore like asking the correct question?
ChatGPT. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a huge fan of AI. I'm not gonna sit up and man, please. I'll be on AI in the heart. I'll be on ChatGPT, Claude, Notebook, LM. Oh, I'm on the joint. And then I also have a library of about 300-400 different books. It's about. I'll go to my books. I'll go to ChatGPT and say, hey, if you had to rephrase these 5 questions before I go meet with this person, how would you do it? And 3/4 of the time, I'm writing the questions myself to see how close I am. And then I'd be like, nah, Chat, you off base. I'm going with mine. And then sometimes I'd be like, Chat, oh, that's a good way to rephrase it. Sometimes I call my father. You know that group I said that's around me? I'll call them. I'll sit down with my wife. We'll be eating dinner. I'll be like, look, babe, I'm about to go have this meeting. What are your thoughts about blah, 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 blah? And she'll kick down. She'll be like, okay, this is what you want to do. Boom, 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 boom. Damn, all right. I see why I married you. Okay, all right, boom. So life popping up. If I got Obama popping up, if I got my father, who somehow has got no social media, but that's a whole other story. If I got my father popping up, if I got some of these people that pour into me positive messaging, that's also part of my counseling. Last but not least, sometimes you have to go and recruit your counselor, and that means being humble. Going to that professor, going to someone in that profession you want to be in, and just saying, hey, how did you get here? I was listening to, I think it was Method Man. And he was talking about Samuel Jackson. Yeah. Was it Method Man? I think it was Method Man. And he said, Samuel Jackson told him, fire your acting coach. His response was, would you be my acting teacher? Think about that. Samuel Jackson went up to him and said, fire your acting coach. You horrible. You this. Wait a minute. He didn't respond with negativity. He said, will you be my acting coach? And Samuel Jackson said, yeah. He said he would go to Samuel Jackson's house to get acting lessons. And so Samuel Jackson had to make a trip to New York. And, Method's like, I'm going to New York. Samuel said, wait a minute, you ain't got to go. He said, no. Go to New York. Part of that is also making sure you uphold your end of the bargain. Be on time. Be respectful of other people's time. Making sure you prepare. I purposefully try to get to a meeting. Ask his brother how early I was this morning.
Very early. Ready to go.
Ready to go.
Ready to go.
Because if I'm not modeling what that looks like, that doesn't mean I'm gonna be perfect. That doesn't mean I'm a great presentation. But the first thing is getting there on time. Second thing is being prepared. Although the PowerPoint didn't work, I knew it enough where I don't even need it. Being prepared for the unexpected. Making sure you show that you're valuing the people you're meeting with time. Send a follow-up note and say thank you. Or send a message, a text message or something, a video message. Hey, I appreciate your time. Looking forward to the next meeting. By the way, you plan the next meeting. You send that, and you make it easy for them. You send a text message, a calendar invite, and a reminder to let them know you value their time. I'm going to repeat that. A calendar invite, reminders, let them know, put a little note on what the conversation's about. That's how people know you're serious about what you're trying to do. And then they'll become a part of your council. Next question. Let's keep rolling.
We got about 2-3 more minutes before we gotta go over to the vendor fair.
No.
You just messed up my flow and tell me how this brother been. First he told me I was overdressed. So then I had my brother on the TV for a minute. Remember I told y'all at the beginning somebody said, hey, you didn't have to wear, shirt. Oh, that brother right there. Yes, I'm snitching. No, that's my brother. First of all, this is probably the most thorough brother I know because I must have had like about 50 emails. Because I was, we were doing some activist work all over the place, and it took me a minute. This brother was patient. He was like, I need your bio. I need your picture. I'm like, yes, brother, I'm going to get it to you. Your presentation, bam, here. So I just want to say thank you. And thank you for your patience.
Great things come with time, right?
You right about that.
Great things come with time.
Next question.
Yes, sorry, just because that reminded me that I know we have a story here today. Do you have any questions?
The 4 agreements.
Yes.
The 4 agreements. Let me tell you why I recommend. First of all, I have a bunch of activist books. Don't get me wrong. But the 4 agreements, and I'm going to pull it up because it's going to be on this slide. There's really 4 simple things. Be impeccable with your word. Don't take anything personally. Don't make assumptions. Always do your best. It's an easy read. And once again, I have a lot of books. Dr. Naeem Akbar, Francis Cress Wilson. Those are my activist knowledge books. But the simple book that centers me is the 4 agreements. So when people go off on me, I try to take it personal. I'll be like, I'll say something smart, like, brother be like, F you, this, that, and the other. Brother, I love you. I just disarm him. Brother, I love you, brother. We good. I'm not here for all that. As a matter of fact, I'm going to sit over here. You can keep cussing me out, but I'm just going to sip on this coffee. It's all good. Be impeccable with my words. That doesn't mean I'm perfect.
No.
I just do the best I can to say, I'm going to do what I'm going to do. If I say I'm going to meet you at 10, I'm going to meet you at 10. If I say I'm going to send you this email, I'll probably stay up till 1 o'clock in the morning because I said I'm going to send it to you by 8 in the morning. Those are just some of the basic rules. Once again, do I have faith? Yes. I'm Christian. I was raised Christian and Muslim, so I'm all confused and horrible at both. But I fast for Ramadan. I go to church on Sunday. So that's part of my grounding as well. But the agreements in regards to a book, if I have to say, just to get you started, that'll be the first.
Yeah.
Then anything John Hope Bryant has written when it comes to business. If you're looking for activism and you're looking for community building, not so much books, but organizations that are doing the good work. Colorado People's Action does pretty good work. Of course, I'm going to say the NAACP, by the way. I got to put my plug in, I'm sorry. If any of you are into the social action work, you want to get people registered to vote, you want to see change in your community, you want to uplift your community. The NAACP, I know people say, well, you know, y'all old school, y'all this, y'all that, this. Let me tell you what we did. Gave out $150,000 in small business grants to Black-owned businesses with a partnership with the Hispanic Chamber. The Hispanic Chamber took, and we were unapologetic about it. Hispanic Chamber took care of their people. We took care of their people. We had the African Chamber, we had the American Chamber, and we were you take care of your people, we're gonna take care of our people, and we were happy. We were like, good. We started a swimming camp last summer because there was a lot of people of color who don't know how to swim and drown in emergency. We started a literacy camp because when we look at the literacy rates of young men and young ladies of color, school is when it takes a major dip. Part of my council taught me that, and we offer just about everything for free. My father used to run the free tutoring program in Compton. When he taught college, he said, instead of doing a research paper, you do 3 hours of tutoring each Saturday, and you accumulate about 18, 20 hours that'll take the place of your research paper. So if that's the type of activist work you want to get into, let's make sure we get in contact with each other. If that's the work you're looking to do on your campus, let me know. I'd be happy to just be a sounding board and say, hey, I was BSU president, Black Law Society president, and made every mistake in the world being a leader. But I also learned and grew on how to be a leader as well. So with that, I think that's about those 2 or 3 minutes. I apologize, this thing got a little stuck, but I hope you learned something. If you need anything, let me know. And I look forward to seeing the world you're going to build in the future. Thank you. Think y'all got a ready to go?
Yeah, do the survey. Let me find out where you have the QR code for the
I think they're
for the ticket. Oh, this one?
I think it's that one.
Scan this on your way out for the QR code, and then they'll give you a ticket for the vendor.
I guess they're the same.
And they'll be out there with little tickets, for y'all.
No problem. If you need my information, there's a QR code right here. All you got to do is use your phone.
Oh, yep. They're all scanning the QR code.
Thank you.
So you want to do law?
Yes.
Ooh, what kind of law?
Say one.
No, he's a yeah.
How do you do? Hey, Lamone, I know you was here.
Oh yeah, I'm an alumni.
Oh yeah, that's right. You are alumni too.
You were in student government, weren't you?
I was in BSA.
Okay.
No, I'm not doing it on this phone. I'm not doing it on the other phone.
It might be that glare. You gotta get up on.
Sorry, I can get disconnected. Service in here is horrible. But I got some stuff. I got another book. That's what the book is. Black agenda. Look inside, it's coming down.
No, it's like I won and read at school.
With this table.
What is your title?
Oh, were you just outside?
Yeah, I went to go pick up.
What is That's gonna be the post? Okay.
A lot of people we had Yeah, don't worry, I'm not a harder. Look that up. What you need, man? They got some of these little things. I don't know if you need another one of those. Y'all probably got millions. It is snowing outside, so you might want one of those. And then if you want a hot drink in the keep it warm, you may. And then whenever you become a graduate, you can join the Alumni Association, Black Alumni Network.
Yep, I'm already a part of it.
Yep, I've seen you at some of the meetings, man. Good to see you. I'm Chuck. Yes. All right. We were going to get my LinkedIn information because you might want to talk to Dr. Price over there. Let me see. Let me do where's had it. All right. How's it going, man? What's up? I'm Chuck, man. How you doing? Alex, pleasure. Nice to meet you. Just trying to get set up. Like Alumni Network, or about to graduate, right?
Hit it, man. I'm running again. How's Mr. Gates?
Who's in the house?
Yes, so, and then I put my guys behind and then rush through things.
What
And,
that?
we're not doing that. But like, it took a huge amount of my time, and I felt bad. It's good. Fix relations.
There's only one other candidate there.
I heard that many of those shooters were just one of them.
Yeah, that's what they said. Yeah.
Like that's what I mean.
I'm gonna keep the community in prayer because we got stuff going on in the world.
Yeah, y'all do. My lady live in Aurora, North Aurora too.
But we got a good councilman, Janina Hoyt.
Yeah,
she's doing good work.
She is sometimes.
It's always good seeing you, Tim. All right, good to see you, myself. What's up?
Yes, sir.
All right.
So yeah, it's just little things like that.
Good, man.
Okay.
The only thing is my damn pants ripped, so I'm like, my hands are like completely full. I got a new book too. We're supposed to have lunch in the table. Another pregnancy. What I'm supposed to be doing here? Something I'm supposed to be doing. This is supposed to be setting up for it. I'm supposed to be at the table or something. Put this on the laptop. Swag bag. It's real good so far, Michael. Look. I'm back in school again. It seemed like yesterday I was a student up here. It's been 14 years. And I got this glasses. I might put these ones on now. Oh yeah, those are cool. Those are real cool. So like two good. I remember this building. I remember when this place first opened up. So my college campus is turned 60 years old this year. I think we gotta go to the Tivoli next. Taking pictures for the school?
Yeah. Yeah, I guess both.
So how are you? Good, Adrian. Nice to meet you. Are you Latino? Yeah, so just kind of like, so I guess you definitely so as soon as you graduate, alumni stuff, I guess you never invite people to soccer games, baseball games, rock games, like alumni night at Adams games, Nuggets games, all that stuff. And they're pretty cool because Nuggets
We gotta go to the Tivoli. Got some sticky notes in here. Toasters. We gotta figure out how many toasters, how to spot.
I actually did the aviation and aerospace management program here with minor in accounting, but on the side, I was doing A little bit. So I actually did a lot of stop and go.
Okay, it works.
Take that. Like I was in this. Save no money, go back to school. Your license, there's a lot of stuff. Yes. Yeah, I mean, I was like 50K. Once you, any entry level pilot job is gonna give you like 6 figures. Like once you, it puts you a little bit short of puts you at like 90s. So it's not that hard. Like, you can easily get a big head, but the career, as long as yeah, I'm very fortunate to likewise, Zach, what are you studying? Psychology?
Yes, Die Hard. 1995.
Look who I just met.
Look at me.
You like football, right?
Yeah.
I was just. Like 7 days ago.
Oh, wow. You met him? Yeah.
It was so random. I was at lunch with my cousins in Florida, and we're like,
Probably.
hilarious.
Tough shit.
Yeah, he was super nice. I thought it was funny though. I was like,
Go with the Jacksonville Jaguars. Yeah, he was.
I'm glad.
Yeah, I think he was an all-pro.
Yeah. I watched the whole documentary.
Right. We gotta go to the Tivoli next. Oh, I'll probably start going over there now. Then. It's 4:40.
Yeah, do you know where that is?
Yeah. Remember, I'm alumni. I know where everything is.
Oh, you're alumni?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know.
Oh, yeah, I'm alumni. I graduated in 2012.
You can only get access to one elevator.
Oh. Oh, thank you. Have a good one. Yeah. Start heading over there. camera. Damn, it's so cold out here. Whew. Yeah, it's coming down, ladies here. It's pretty light. It's just I don't know, look like it's coming down heavy now. Yeah, it's heavy wet snow. Yeah, I'm alright. I feel like a student all over again. I'm like, wow. Even though it's been, what, 14 years since I was a student up here? It literally seems like yesterday. Just trying to end the stream. Yes, heavy wet snow. It's like I expected it to be. Heavy wet snow, like big old snowflakes. Everybody complimenting me. I wish I could have got Umar. Umar was giving me big compliments. They thought I was a student up here. I'm like, no, I graduated 14 years ago. Nah, not in April. I've seen it snow in April, May, and June. No, about just my activism work. Yeah, I got a couple compliments on the coat. Only old school Bronco fans know about this. Cause this coat is 30 plus years old. This coat is older than a lot of them. Thank you, Michael. Yeah, that's coming down. I'm about to get a long water. Is it running on? I think I get it. Oh, I'm about to walk on that. One of these work. Win for Chris. Yeah, he did. Yeah, that's why I had to get that book. I was like, oh shit. I remember hearing about this book, but I never got to read it. The Black Agenda. Man, this is bad. Yeah, my phone is getting fucking covered with snow. The Road Runner. Yeah, I remember the building where we were just at. That's where we had to go to get our financial aid. Oh yeah, I remember this building. I never took a class in there at all. All my classes was in the King Center, the Plaza, the West Classroom. I was all over this damn campus. The Science Building. I was all over this place. Okay. So I can either go in through there or go around. Oh Lord, they're gonna campus police. They used to scare the hell out of me because they used to fuck with me every time I come on this damn campus. They'd be like, you know you're not supposed to be up here, Mr. Parrish. Margaret Kimberly, who worked closely? No, I'm not. Ooh, it's coming down. Put this cigarette out. Okay. I'm gonna corner west. Just upstairs. Look at the damn paperwork. This said 450. There's only 3 levels to the too. Yeah, this is where I used to get all my food. It's so damn expensive. It was expensive then. I can just imagine what it is now. Look at the 4th floor. How do you get to the 4th floor? So you go on this. I know we're not in the tower. Where the hell is this one? Oh, no, I'm lost. Not in the tower. I'm on the 3rd floor, so how do you get to 420? How do you get to the 4th floor? If you pick the tower elevator. Alright, now rip my damn pants like you say. This was so embarrassing. As soon as I got on it down. $43. Come on with the reps. You can take a still water. Have you visited Blacc to Port? No. I don't even know what that is.
Yeah, this sucks. Yeah.
We're all the way up in the tower. I think it's the first time I've ever been in the tower. Hey, I found it.
Yeah. Feel free to have a seat. Food is still getting set up upstairs, but yeah, you have a seat.
Cool, thanks. competition. The first time I've ever. I know. Good old April snowstorm in Colorado. Yeah, I woke up this morning, I'm like, where's the storm at?
Right. That's what I was expecting. That's why I had this on. I think, oh, cold and shit.
Yeah.
Sunshine.
It was all sunny. I'm like, what the hell? And I looked at the radar, I'm like, oh shit. This the calm before the storm. Damn.
Took off a couple minutes. I'll be good.
Yeah, growing up here, you learn to dress in layers. Because we get all 4 seasons in one day. I've seen it both. You heading out? Yeah.
Take it slow.
Right. Right. It's a cool event. I wish they had this when I was here. We had to fight just to get a Black Student Alliance since, man. Oh man, I do a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff. So like Omar was saying, I do a lot of activism work, and I ran for office. This will be my 4th time running for office. Yeah. I wish. But yeah, so the first time I ran was for city council at large. I got almost 15,000 votes with no money. Then I ran for mayor. That was a disaster. Then I ran for House District 8 the first time. I got in kind of late, so I kind of swooped in. They wasn't expecting it. And then this time I'm swooping in and they really not expecting this time. Yeah.
We need more of us.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yep. Yeah, I do a food bank every week. I've been doing it for the past 10 years. I actually have a platform too. You should check it out. It's called Frontline Black News on YouTube. Yeah, it's Black with 2 C's. It should pop right up. Hey, how you doing, brother? Good. You alumni too?
I'm not alumni.
You're a student?
I am not a student.
Teacher? Professor?
I'm not a teacher or professor.
Staff?
I am staff.
Okay.
Yeah. Remind me of your name. I heard you ask
Jesse
a question.
Paris.
Jesse Paris.
Yeah.
And you're a student here in Michigan?
No, I'm alumni.
Alumni.
Yeah.
Okay, good deal. When did you graduate?
2012.
2012. No, I'm actually staff for the president.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's what's up.
Yeah. So I just came over to chat with the guys there at lunchtime.
How long you been staff here?
I've been here 6 years.
Okay.
6 years. Yeah, been here 6 years. You're an alum
Soon to be. Sport graduate senior. Okay. I graduate this December. Okay. How long have you been here? Since 2022. 2022. Okay. This is my second time. Okay, good deal. So you graduated in May?
No, December.
December. Okay. Oh, wow.
Did you find it? Yeah, mainly talk politics from a Black first perspective. Outlets. Well, I'm part of the new Black media. So we've been around for about 20 years. The new Black media as a whole. I've been listening to the new Black media for about 15 years. So like my last semester of college, I became a content creator about 2019. I started my YouTube channel after Trayvon Martin got killed. Yep. Yeah, that's where I live right now. Oh, okay. You might know him. My dad, he's one of the founders. He's one of the founders of the Black Panther chapter out here. Yeah. Chairman Sekou, that's my father. Who? Yeah. That's your great uncle? Oh, your girlfriend's great uncle. Okay. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, when I was a student up here, I met David Hilliard. He had came. He was the Minister of Information.
So at this time, we're gonna release my table to go up and grab food. So this table right into my left in the far back. You can head up the stairs, and there will be food set up for you to grab and serve. Just come back down once I finish the day. Wouldn't have to take them back down. Sound good?
Yeah.
So you said you hold the second.
Yeah.
Oh, there's James Mejia. Hey, James.
What's going on?
How you been?
I'm good. I feel we get my boss again. Yeah? Okay.
Yeah.
Who else is running?
It's just me and Lizzie right now.
Okay. Let's go.
Yeah.
Good. It's good talk. How are you, man?
Yeah, and I'm an independent. I'm not a Democrat or a Republican. Right. Right. Yeah. So I've been an independent since I graduated here. Like being a student up here, it opened my eyes up to a lot of things. I was heavy in the church back then. I ended up leaving the church because they didn't have a Black agenda at all. I've always been about our people first. Yeah. Yeah, that agenda's being forced on y'all heavy. Right. I'm more spiritual than anything now. Like God to me is just good, orderly direction. Right. Those are just conditions. Right. Exactly. Right. That was the same questions I had when I was your age. Like, why are they? You like what? 25, 26, 28? Oh man, you are a baby. I'll be 40 next year. But see how I look. I still, black don't crack.
And a lot of times I think to myself that I'm behind.
Yeah, 28. That was a good year for me. Good year.
I graduated from high school when I was 18, so I was 10 years I think to myself,
Right. Just follow through. No matter how long it takes, you just get it done. Okay. Yeah. 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 Right. Just make sure you finish. Right. Right. Exactly. Yeah, you teaching them right? We need more of us doing this because they got a prison and a jail cell waiting on us. Right. 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 Get the academic. Right. Right. But how many of them really gonna make it to the pros? Only 1%. Yeah. So they gotta keep their horizons open, avenues open for other things. Right. Yeah. Right. Yeah, I've seen 5 points change so much. I don't even recognize it. I was just at a community town hall yesterday, and all I heard was a bunch of Karenism, and they want the community to snitch on everybody. And it was crazy. I'm like, oh my God. Like, this is not the neighborhood I grew up in. And it was so funny because they segregated themselves. Like one side of the room was all white, and the other half was mainly black and brown Latino. And I'm like, the Reverend Leon Kelly was there, and he was like making joke of it. He was like, "Why are they over here and why are they over there?" They segregated themselves.
was hard to see some different
Right. That's what I told him. I said, well, if y'all want to be, since y'all want to be here, you might as well get acclimated with the neighbors instead of talking about, oh, I'm going to call the police every time I say something. You see something, say something. How about you actually talk to the people? Are we next?
Man, listen, come on, you can go with me because what I'm the chief of staff. I can say you can be next. Come on,
okay.
Hey, I totally just broke protocol. You can just head up the steps where they're coming out. Okay. How are you all? Doing all right? Thank you.
This is the first time I've ever been in a tower. Oh, wow. Yeah. On top of the world.
Check 1, 2, check.
Right. Yeah, exactly. That's basically what I'm doing. But I'm just showing up at the city council meetings. I'm doing showing up at the city council meetings for over a decade now. When my dad first told me about it, I was like, oh, that's so boring. I don't want to be involved in politics. It's like, they want to hear from me. I just want to hear from me. That's one of the best things you heard. I was just like, no, man, Right. I done showed my policy in this damn city. They ain't give me my proper credit, but
I feel like I get put in the so it's peppers and onions. Look, I don't think it's super spicy.
I love spicy stuff.
I mean, I feel like because my husband did anything. Are you still
Yeah, I'm out this day.
What neighborhood is that?
East side of Park Hill.
So who's currently in office?
Lindsay Gilford.
Okay. How's your campaign going?
I just filed this week.
Congratulations. I love that for you. Yeah, we have. Yes, sir. Sure enough. Yeah, good. Second and a half years. Edible flowers. They are. Nice. I was eating them the other day. I'll take this more.
Thank you. We need more. You have to run it. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, do that. Oh yeah. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I was mad last time I went down there. Right after the BP spill. That was good seafood.
How you doing today?
Let's go. No, you're all good. No worries.
I'm standing here saying shrimp or catfish all day, and then I'm like.
Yes, I am, as well as taking classes right now. Yeah, what year did you finish? Oh, 2012. Oh, no, I'm way before that. Yeah, way before that. But it's changed quite a bit. I mean, I have very fond memories of Metro, but I
Right. Yes, go on, man. Glad I went. Me too. Right.
See, when they say the ground punch, I could say the ground sandwiches and shit, you know,
Yeah. Right. As soon as I seen the system, I'm like, oh, this is going to be fire. Every event that she's catered is straight fire. This is like down south. So have you got to meet any like real cool like celebrity people here? It's not your fault, you didn't know. Like when I was up here, I got to meet Chuck Lee. Yep. I got to meet Cornel West. I got to meet a whole bunch of people. Like I used to take this hip hop course, and I got to meet all kinds of rappers and stuff.
That just sounds great.
But they used to do the
Jose Gumbo.
Bye.
It's perfect.
They used to do the little hip hop series thing at the what is that building called? I don't remember the building. It's next to the plaza. St. Catherine's. No, is it St. Catherine's? Yeah, the church. Yeah, right there. Yeah, I met Deb Prez there. Remember the group Deb Presidents? I met M1 and Stickman.
This time we're just enjoying food and conversation and networking. We'll start our program around 1:45.
Okay.
So please continue to listen. In 1 second, please help yourself. Meet up. But until then, you guys are good.
Yeah. But they're not doing that stuff no more.
Not like that. Like I have like some classmates in my band play like basketball team and shit like that. That's like a culture that they get. Like that's like celebrities, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, like they don't have like shit. Not as interactive as people just come home. Like we can do more. We can have more of that shit on campus.
Yeah.
People not feel like it's just like there's a computer campus, which it is.
Yeah.
You can actually come here and have this hip hop thing. You come to class, kind of sit next to me.
Right.
That's why I wish I was seeing more. Because even like this, seeing niggas like on the step team.
Yeah.
Just in the yard.
Right. And they used to have hip hop congress. Right. Yeah. So much, right?
Which is crazy. Because back in the day, college campus was one place you went to keep protests. Like,
Right.
That's where a lot of that shit started.
Yeah, exactly. Like perfect. You're trying to get a moment started and you go to Berkeley.
Do you mind if I join you?
You're good.
Go ahead, brother, go ahead. Thank you.
you a student or a staff?
I'm actually an alumni.
You're an alumni too? What year did you graduate?
22.
Oh, wow. Okay. 10 years you're senior.
Oh, no way. Nice.
Yep, 2012.
Nice. What was your major?
Criminal justice. Criminology.
Interesting. You're an FBI agent now? Gotta be careful what I say.
No, I actually fight the police.
You're doing better, bro. You're one of the good ones.
Yeah.
How about yourself?
I'm a sport management senior.
Oh, nice.
I graduated this December.
Oh, congrats.
So to be alumni. Feels so.
There you go. There you go.
What about you? What did you major in?
Computer science.
Okay.
So now I came today. Just with my employer, like they sent me a bunch of like swag to give away to people. Just love talking to people, like students, anybody. You know, everybody's journey is different, so I'd love to hear theirs. If you want to hear mine, I'm more than happy to share it.
Yeah, I was sharing with him my journey.
Yeah. Where did you start off at? Like after you graduated?
Oh, after I graduated, it was hell.
Oh no. It was 2012, so right after the recession.
I was homeless.
Oh man.
I was homeless for a minute.
How was that, man? How long were you out there for?
Almost a decade.
Wow. So you're doing a lot better though. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Glad to see. Glad to hear.
So I became an advocate for people out there.
Love that. Love that.
And I ran for office. I'm my fourth time running for office.
Really?
So I was telling him I checked a lot of policy in the city I didn't get no credit for.
That's frustrating.
Yeah. I'm a podcaster. I got a platform.
Oh yeah? Are you on like Spotify or Apple Music? Or
yeah, I got some stuff on Spotify. I'm mainly on YouTube though.
More YouTube?
Yeah.
Let me pull up my YouTube then. What is the podcast name?
Frontline Black News.
Frontline Black News?
Black News. Yeah.
A lot of people just thinking about the situation and not look back.
Right.
It's fair. Yeah, this is, you know, get out. Just got to know it's in the same situation.
Right.
Help them out too.
Cool.
I'll take a listen.
Yeah. I mainly talk politics. News and Black people relations.
Yeah. What's up?
What about yours?
And I met someone from the job I work at, Actress, and I did the whole interview process through them, and they offered me a job before I even graduated.
Nice. See, that's how you do it.
So I was like, and I was trying to tell people, like, it's not about like being, like knowing, there's no guide to do it. So after you graduate, when you're graduating, there's no guide. You're just being prepared for the right opportunity at the right time. So, thankfully, I've been with them. I was the first round of Denver hires. So the Denver office has only been open for 3 years. 2 years actually, sorry, 2 years. I was the first round of Denver hires, and I just been helping the office grow. I've been trying. Every time there's a career fair, I come. I try to recruit locally. I love having more minorities, Black, brown, because realistically, in these kind of companies, software industry, career technology, it's not too many of us.
Yeah.
Not at all. So I definitely try to promote. I look for local talent, anybody, try to push people. Thank you.
With the cybersecurity or?
I mostly focus on just just software development.
Okay. Software development.
So I work with like customers and stuff, and then our stuff, and I kind of like I'm the middleman that links them together.
Okay.
So it is a little bit security wise, because then I have to make sure, hey, give me the right permissions. Like I'm not a hacker, I promise you. But if you give me the right permissions, I'll make it work.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, there's not too many people out there. And a lot of people get too confident. So many scams out now. So many issues.
Campus, thanks for having me, Jermaine. So some people were asking what I'm doing now. I mentioned a couple things. In my consultancy, we're working with Wanda James. Wanda James is a candidate for Congressional District 1. She's running for Congress representing all of Denver. It's an uphill battle. We're running against a 30-year incumbent. But if you read the news this week, we just got the endorsement of Al Yates, the former president of Colorado State University, and Ken Salazar, who's a former U.S. Senator, former Secretary of the Interior, and former U.S. Ambassador to Mexico. So it's been a big week. That's been a long time coming. So we're working on endorsements such as that. Also doing some consulting for Denver Public Schools. And one of the most enjoyable things is the work I did this morning. We finished interviews at Denver East High School, which is my alma mater. And we have the pleasure of giving out $230,000 for graduating seniors to attend university next year. So pretty fun. We're building our alumni. We just got $1 million from one alum who left $1 million to Stanford and $1 million to Denver East to kind of show how our alumni feel about the institution. So it's one of my more enjoyable duties these days. So we're in an academic environment. We're in a college environment. I want to take you back to 1987.
Wow, the year old.
When I'm in my sophomore year, and I'm at the University of Notre Dame. And you may have certain impressions about someone coming from inner city public high school and going to a place like the University of Notre Dame. The challenges that come with that. And because I'm not running for political office, and because the last thing that I want to do in my career is just teach in the K-12 system, it affords me a bit of liberty to keep it real with you guys today. So on this occasion, one of my friends had some weed at Notre Dame. This was not very common. So very different than a campus like this, very different than an environment like Colorado. We're in the middle of Indiana. So a group of us got together in a dorm room. We were enjoying smoking a little bit of weed, and we get busted. We got in trouble by our resident assistant, by our RA. And he comes in, and all of us leave the room immediately, hoping we don't get in too much trouble. Unfortunately, 2 days later, I was called into the administration building. And if you've seen pictures of Notre Dame with a golden dome, that's the building. A little intimidating. So you go into the administration building, and I meet with the dean of students, who's an attorney. And my punishment was a fine of $350 and 80 hours of community service. Furthermore, I was asked who else was in the room, which is interesting. So, thinking on my feet, so I
thought was pretty clever. I knew Marquette was in town for a basketball game that weekend. So, and I knew a guy from Denver who went to Marquette, and I said, well, Marquette was in town. It was all these guys from Marquette. It was nobody on the Notre Dame campus. I certainly wasn't going to give up my friends, right? So I dropped a couple names from Marquette, thinking that's over. I'm just going to take my punishment and move on with life. Well, Marquette is also a Catholic school. There's a little bit of a network. The guy calls Marquette. Jim McCask gets called into their administration building. Jim has an alibi, ends up not getting into trouble. Then I get called back in, get in more trouble. A letter is sent to my parents, which was devastating to them, threatening with getting kicked out of school, and getting back to that $350 for a kid who was 9 of 13 kids. That was a mountain of money in 1987 for me. Now keep in mind, when I was hungry at night, I figured out how to get the nickels out of the copy machine. And I would get enough nickels to go get something to eat. Okay? I was that hungry guy. I had to find my way around that place a little bit, right? So $350 was a killer. Second part of my punishment was the community service. And I started asking the other guys who were in the room if anybody else got turned in, if anybody else got caught. And it was only me who got turned into the administration, which was kind of curious, because I was also the only person of color in that room. For community service, I got my choice. I got to pick what I was to do on campus. And one of those choices was to drive a golf cart around, picking up injured athletes and people with disabilities to take them to class in inclement weather like today. So just drive people around the class. Well, when I wasn't driving people around the class, guess what I got to do with that golf cart? I got to park it right outside in front of my door. So whenever I needed a ride anywhere, I had a golf cart. It was pretty cool. It was so cool that I volunteered for that community service the following semester and had a ready-made way to go see my girlfriend at St. Mary's, which is about a mile away. What I learned from being the only person in that room that got turned in to the administration building was a tough lesson. That as a person of color, you're not measured by the same standard as other people were measured. Certainly not in that place. I also learned that the ideas of justice and order and the continuum between justice and order really differs on how it's enforced, depending on race and gender a lot of times. I further learned that institutions that name themselves something often don't live up to those descriptors. That they may be hiding something or trying to divert attention from what they really are. I heard the N-word for the first time in my life being used in a derogatory way on that campus. The gentlemen of Notre Dame were all assigned a number. And that number was used to put on our clothes that we sent down the laundry chute once a week. And that laundry was laundered, folded, bundled up, and tied up with twine so we could go pick it up and have fresh laundry every week. The women at Notre Dame had laundry machines in their dorm. As a guy with 8 sisters, I was pretty offended by that. So I found the sexism to be as deeply rooted as the racism that I also encountered there. back to Denver, I had conversations with my dad about being the only one in certain environments. And some of the things he told me have stuck with me. That the further you go and the more achievements that you make, the more that you are likely to be the only one or the only person of color in a room. That's going to be more and more common. The higher you go, the more educated you become, the further you push the envelope, that you may find yourself in that situation more and more and more. And I certainly have found that to be true. And whether or not you sign up for it, it may come to your doorstep. When he was in college, where he met my mother at the University of Northern Colorado, he dropped out because he was drafted to go fight in the Korean War. So after his sophomore year, got drafted, dropped out, went to Korea. He was not surprised when the first company sent to the front line were Black and brown men. And when he was presented with the question of officers trying to find special skills to have some of those grunts work elsewhere, my father volunteered to do photography. Now this is a kid who didn't have two nickels to rub together when he was growing up, had never held a camera in his hands before, and volunteered saying he had experience doing photography. He learned pretty quickly, and it got him out of that room to get to the front lines. And he reminded me of that on many occasions. He used the GI Bill to educate himself. 13 kids later, my mom had also dropped out of school because of having to stay home with the first two of their kids. When all of us got through college, all 13 of us, she went back, and then she finished her master's. And what they demonstrated to us, they didn't tell us, what they demonstrated to us was what education could and should do for not only an individual, but their families. It wasn't hard just to look at their siblings and their cousins and them being the only ones in their family to make it to college to see what kind of effect that had. Education is a dangerous thing for institutions and places that say you don't belong. It is a dangerous thing. It is a sign of utmost resistance to educate yourself and to invest in your own education, to learn the rules and to play the game better than you're expected, better than the way people think you're able to play that game. So he also talked to me about legacy, and that his legacy had nothing to do with his own achievements, but rather what all his kids were doing. And so I consider that to be mine as well. I grew up at a time when Colorado had passed English-only laws, and my mother grew up at a time when literally they were beaten for speaking Spanish. She lost the language. By the time I got to high school and college, told you about that college environment, I studied abroad. I went to Mexico City because I figured no one could tell me the language that I could speak, that I was going to learn that language despite any rules or obstacles people put in my way. Learned in Mexico City. Later in life, lived for 2 years in Uruguay. And when my children were going to school, both of them were in dual language programs growing up, so that they had language all the way through. My oldest daughter graduates from New York University as a straight A student next month. She spent her first year in college in Italy, in Florence. So besides having to go to Spanish in Uruguay and having zero English there, she went for a year in Florence, so her Italian is quite good, and she's moved on to Portuguese. My little one is a junior in high school. She will have her third AP Spanish class. Well, they're out of APs for her at East, so now she's going to be taking a college class in Spanish next year. So it'll be her third. That's the kind of legacy that I'm looking for. What was a challenge for me, I want to make sure that next generation is natural to them. They are native to the language, and they are taking what I was able to do way further than I ever could have taken it myself. And so I think from that experience at Notre Dame, a place of prestige and in a place where you figure, well, you got there, that's great. I'm actually jealous of you guys being in an environment like this. This is a room that I did not have. I never had a room like this. And it was hard. It was really hard. It made me angry to be alone. I didn't ask for it. I didn't want it. I didn't feel like I was equipped for it. I had been in very diverse environments before and loved it, thrived in it, loved to be educated in that environment. And then being the only one in almost all my classrooms and almost all my activities, it was hard. Furthermore, we had a conversation at this table. I grew up playing ice hockey. I grew up playing tennis. And I played lacrosse in high school. These are country club sports. Kids from Park Hill like me do not play those sports. By a fluke, I was exposed to ice hockey, and we did everything we could to make sure I could continue. Because I was pretty good at it, and I loved it. And I still play it to this day. When I'm on the ice, it is very infrequent that there is anyone else of color on that ice. It is infrequent that there is anyone else of color in the entire building. In the entire building. That's that environment. Okay? We're talking about lacrosse. And when I played in high school, on the first two lines, I was the only kid that was not a private school kid. The only one. Only kid of color. Tennis on my tennis team. Not in high school, but after, only person of color. It is an environment in which you find yourself, the further you go, the more you educate yourself, and the harder you push that envelope. And you gotta think about how you're gonna deal with that situation. And if successful, what it actually could mean to everybody else coming after you, right? It is a travesty if you get to those places and you're not bringing anybody with you. That is a travesty, right? Internships, establish them. You find yourself in a place of employment, there's no internship program, put one in place. Bring some young people along with you. Teach them what you know. Teach them the lessons that you learned the hard way, right? So that they don't have to do it. And you know, finally, I will say, find your fight. If you don't like something that's going on in your institution, if you don't like something that's going on in your city, and if you don't like something that's going on in your country, you can do something about it. You can. There are ways to influence it. However, pick your battles as well. It is exhausting to take every single battle that you find and to take everything where you find fault in our living situations today, right? It is exhausting. You can exhaust yourself. You can burn yourself out doing that stuff. So find your fight, but you also got to take care of yourself. You are no good to yourself, your family, or your community if you are burned out, impatient, and left it all in the field out there and have nothing left at home or for yourself, right? So pick your battles, make sure that you are equipped mentally, physically, with the proper level of education and patience to address those issues. Find your fight, pick your battles. Don't underestimate your physical health. Don't underestimate. It goes right along with your mental health. Okay? Make sure you're moving, make sure you're staying sharp, both ways. Okay? And, I mentioned bringing somebody along with you. And you say, well, I'm a college student, I can't really do that. Oh, yes, you can. There are high school students, there are elementary students, there are other people in high school who are in college who are struggling right next to you. There are people you can bring along right with you. So, the last thing that I want to do in my career is teach at the K-12 level. It's the last thing. I feel like all these experiences, all the life experiences that I've had, some tough, some easier, have all built up to the fact that at some point you got to give that back. I've been really lucky. I've been to some very good places, and a lot of people have invested in me. And at some point you got to give that back. And it's my time and my turn, I believe, to give that back in the K-12 level. So that's the last thing that I plan on doing in my career. I started with being jealous of you guys. This is an important room. And I would say keep your networks intact. Make sure that you stay in touch with each other. Make sure that you're helping each other through. Don't think you know what somebody's going through if you're not asking and talking about it. Right? And everybody needs that kind of support. So be there for each other. Thanks for having me today.
Thank you so much, James. That mental health piece is real. I can remember around this time last year, I struggled with my own personal story with mental health. It wasn't the best of times, considering I had so many things happening at the same time, right? And I didn't really have an outlet or someone to go through to talk about what I was experiencing. And I found myself in a very dark space. And I say all that to say, it is important that we're leaning on one another during these times when we feel like the world is against us. We feel like we're feeling alone or we're feeling isolated. There we go. Feeling isolated. It's important that we're tapping on people we trust, right? Building trust and tapping on those people that we can confide in to share what we're experiencing. You don't have to experience what you are going through alone because it's hard. It's hard. The world is doing what it's doing and we're up against that. And then whatever's going on in your personal life, you might be facing that as well. And so it can be consuming, right? And so I encourage you to lean on each other as brothers, as a community. Community is everything. And that's really what I got from his speech is that, that community piece, leaving Denver, going to Notre Dame, or y'all know which one it is. That is a predominantly white institution. And so I can definitely see how that was probably one of those situations where he was like, oh, okay, this is new, let's adjust, right? And how do I fit into this space when I come from such a diverse neighborhood? Because I don't think Colorado's that diverse, but we're getting there. But a diverse neighborhood and an institution that he, just grew up in. And so having to transition into that space is, I'm sure, was difficult. But finding community, like he said, you all are in a unique space. Finding community and leaning into that, belonging, we talk about that all the time, brother to brother, coming down to the 129 space and hanging out, just talking, joining clubs like NAC and all the organizations that exist. There's plenty of that happening here at MSU Denver. You just gotta seek it out. So I'll just say that before we segue into our student panel. We're gonna just jump right into that. I know on the agenda it said break. If you need to use the restroom, do your thing. I'm gonna grab chairs and then I'm gonna let Ben do his thing with the student panel. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
If you all need to run to the bathroom, get water.
Right when I was talking to you, I ran it. One of my colleagues from when I was a student here just hit me up. I was like, guess where I'm at? Like, where? I said, our old stomping ground. He was like, word.
Get a chance to come on campus often?
I've been here a couple of times recently. We had a couple alumni events attended. Yeah.
That's good.
All right.
All right. Well, today we have 4 student leaders that come from all journeys, skills, and academics and lived experiences. Please help us welcome Noah, Zach, Esteban, and Frank.
Hi guys, my name is Frank. I study exercise science here. I'm a student athlete here, and also I work at the campus recreation gym. A little bit about myself is I'm a junior who's a senior here. I'm still walking on this journey, trying to figure out who I am. But yeah, I hope that's what you know.
Hello everybody, my name is Noah Tarpine. I'm a junior studying computer information systems. I also work here with CMEI on the Student Activities Programming Board. You'll probably see me at a lot of events, but I'm excited to chat with y'all.
Hi again, my name is Esteban Alcala. I am a junior studying event and meeting management major. I work for 3 departments. I currently work for peer mentoring as a peer mentor, a career peer mentor. Currently finishing out my orientation contract as an orientation leader, as well as I work at CMEI as a fraternity and sorority life student coordinator. And like I mentioned earlier, I'm also the vice president of the Alpha Gamma chapter with New Alpha Kappa.
Hello, everybody. My name is Zach Ahmed, sophomore, psychology major. I'm with the clinical and counseling concentration. I'm part of B2B. I'm trying to get a job at CMEI this summer and hopefully stick with them. But yeah, I really love to try to get involved on campus, whether it's playing basketball or just talking to people in the CMEI office.
So we'll just get right into it, so you guys can hold on to that. So the first question would be, what's something about your student experience that surprised you once you actually got here?
For me, one thing that surprised me when I first started school at Auraria campus was kind of the introvertedness of everybody, you know? Like everyone was kind of in their own bubble. It took me a while to kind of get out of my own bubble too and like interact with people who, you know, I share affinities with kind of thing. So that was my personal challenge or like something I noticed when I first started.
I also agree with like the introvertedness of everyone. It's hard to like find a community here, but I also am surprised that once you find a community here or like get involved, you just start getting more and more involved. Like I mentioned, I am part of 3 different organizations or departments here at MSU Denver, and that's just because I kept on wanting to be more involved, looking at areas to see how I could be on campus more. And that kind of surprised me because I never thought that I would, I'll be honest, never thought that I would be here at the university. Like I thought, oh, maybe college is for me, not for me, and yet here I am working for all these departments, joined a fraternity, and all that stuff. So that definitely surprised me at the end.
One of the things I've noticed is the amount of alone time you get as a student. You don't get, like in high school or wherever you come from, those reminders of, hey, you gotta turn this in, turn up, assignment, or be on top of this thing. It's all on your own. So like the money thing, like money, work, school, work, all that is put onto you. And that's something that I realized that, wow, I'm really like alone out here, and it's like a little step into the real world. But same thing as like trying to find myself, like being part of school. I think, or at least for me, school was like one of the last things I wanted, but being first gen motivated me to come here. But I just came here as a first gen, and once I came here, it's just like now. So I would say, yeah, just the amount of alone time you get as a student is good and bad at the same time.
One thing that surprised me about college was that, like, prior to college, I feel like I had an idea that, like, I have to have it figured out. Or, like, I'm gonna get to a point one day where I'll figure out my path and I'll figure out what I'm gonna do for myself. And I feel like as I've got into college and experienced things and like talked to people and struggled and fought through adversity, I feel like the struggle with myself is always gonna be like a lifelong thing, and I'm never gonna have it figured out. But I just feel like being aware of that and how I'm gonna approach every room, like approach every obstacle, I think, yeah, that's been very helpful.
What does a real day in your life look like? You know, beyond what people usually see on social media.
I would say a struggle. I wake up with struggle, go to sleep with struggle. It goes beyond just like mental health. It could go money-wise, just school-wise, work-wise. That's what a real day would look like. I wake up struggling with something on mine. And like I said, fall asleep with something on mine that I overthink a lot about. But what a lot of people see is like just put a smile on my face every every day. Whether it's forced or it's genuine, I just put my own face. I saw this one video of a guy interviewing another young man saying, "You got $10 million right now. Would you take it?" Obviously, most of us would say yes because it's life-changing money. But he said the catch is you don't get to wake up tomorrow, so you're not guaranteed to wake up tomorrow. Would you still take the 10 million cash? And he said, no, I don't want to take the 10 million cash. So he said, so if you rather wake up and take 10 million cash, so you're saying that your life is more valuable than $10 million. So wake up every single day and smile on your face saying you're worth more than $10 million. And that's something that stuck with heart to me, and I've just been doing it ever since.
I feel like a real day for me, like in this phase of my life, it's definitely like a lot of work, like in a lot of different areas in my life, the social aspects, the student academic aspects, and mental health, and just like a lot of areas I feel like are kind of weighing down on me right now. But obviously, like I'm young, this is my prime, so like I gotta take advantage of this and kind of build myself now. But like, if you guys want like an actual itinerary, I got a lot of classes, full-time student, a part of a couple clubs. I like to play basketball, so I always like hitting the gym Tuesdays and Thursdays. Yeah, I like moving my body. Yeah, and you gotta eat right, sleep right. That's important.
A real day for me is kind of like with the struggle aspect. There's so many times where I wake up and I'm just like, I want to stay in bed, or maybe I could call in early, skip class just to go home and lay down, or call out sick, even though I'm not sick, and use my PTO hours just to stay home. But yet I still find a way to motivate myself to still get out of that bed and still come to campus, because at the end of the day, what I'm doing here on campus is what I want to do in the future. I work for all these departments because I want to go into student affairs. I really fell in love with helping other students. That's why I'm a curriculum mentor. I like helping people, especially first gen, when they're coming in and they're like, I have no idea what this university life is. And being able to be like that mentor of them, help them find like a passion, or like find the career that they're looking for, even though they don't know what career they want and stuff like that. That's what motivates me to kind of like just not be at home laying down, playing video games and stuff. Even though I really like that, at the end of the day, I love helping students more, and that's kind of like why I do what I do.
What's been one of your biggest challenges as a student, and how did you handle it?
One of the biggest challenges that I have faced personally was being a first-gen student is like kind of navigating campus resources. You know, I kind of came into school blind. Like, I'm just doing this because they say it's the thing to do. It's where you get the money. It's you know, it's all of that. Especially coming from like an Asian household. Like if I didn't go to college, whoa, you know, chocolate, the bell, all of the above, everything. Yeah, exactly that. But navigating campus resources was probably like something I was like, what FAFSA, what is that? You know, like I didn't hear about FAFSA until like the end of my senior year when I'm like applying for colleges, or like bursar's office, what is it? You know, like all of these things that like, you just don't really know. I mean, it could be my fault too, maybe I just wasn't too invested, but like how can you be when you're so young, you know, and you don't really know what you want to do? Like I was initially studying civil engineering. Like, going through that, not only was I surprisingly not good at math, but like I didn't really care about bridges that much. You know, I didn't really, that wasn't my thing. Like I was more interested in like computers, you know, doing little fun networking things like that. So I guess that's what I struggled with.
An obstacle, right? Obstacle and challenge. So what came to my mind was like a lack of motivation. And I feel like whenever there's no motivation, it's so easy for you to kind of, especially like at MSU Denver as a commuter school, it's so easy for you to just show up and not even give your full effort, and then go home and not get the best out of like your education and the resources and the community aspects of all this that we have. And so if you're not like out seeking, it's easy to just not get the gist of like what's going on and the growth that can happen, the development, the cool people you can meet. And yeah, so like my first year, honestly, was just coming to school, just going home, play basketball occasionally, but even then, I'm not really talking to people, I'm not making these connections that I have now. And I just feel like this last year, like just taking advantage of all that. And I'm still trying to learn how to fight that obstacle, because motivation, it's not gonna be there every single day we wake up, so you're gonna have to try to find more than just motivation. Like, it's not gonna be enough, unfortunately.
When have you felt the most out of place, and what helped you get through that moment?
Yes, they are.
I think for me personally, it was when everyone around me had figured out what they were going to do in life. I have family members, friends who are already owning a house, having a family, getting married, all this stuff. And yes, I want to get there at some point, but when they're already there, it's just like it puts the pressure on me. I'm like, oh, why is this not happening to me? Why is I'm not getting all this what they have? And I just started to realize, with people like around campus, talking to them that everyone has their own race to run. It's a marathon. I could be running at 7 pace. My sister could be running at 10 pace. So that's how I see it now. Is that yes, all this is going around me, I still gotta focus on my journey and on my walk. That I'm gonna get there eventually, but it's not the end of the world if I'm just still. It's not bad to be still, and because I believe that your time will come. And yeah, that's what I would say. Just yeah.
That reminds me of something that you should say, that the only competition you have is yourself. How did you deal with stress, burnout, or feeling overwhelmed during school year?
It's gonna look different for everybody, but for me, I feel like the way I treat my body is the way that my body's gonna treat me. I don't know if that makes sense, but like, I think it's very important to like make sure we're taking care of our mental health, our physical health, and things like that. And although I'm an aspiring psychology student myself, I don't really see a therapist. And like psychology, therapy, it's not like an exact correlation. Like, there's many different ways you can relieve stress and like deal with your burnout. But like, I think just like having connections with people, or just having like a support group, it's very beneficial to like being able to relieve some of your struggles. So yeah, thank you guys for like being here, and I appreciate all my friends for helping me out when I'm struggling. And yeah, I'm gonna be here for you guys. I'll be here whenever you guys need me.
How has your idea of success changed since becoming a student here?
When I first started, obviously success is like you get a degree, cross that graduation stage, you get your like internship, you get a like real-time job and stuff like that. And that's always what has been put into my mind by my parents, even though none of them went to university. They're like, you get a degree, you'll get a high-paying job and all that stuff. But in reality, it's a little bit harder. I've seen a lot of my friends who have already graduated still struggling to find a job on the market, and still like having those part-time jobs and stuff like that just to support them. So it's not as easy as what people try to make it to be. Like, you really do have to put yourself out there. You have to have the great networking connections, because at the end of the day, most jobs don't even get posted on like internet when people are finding them. It's through connections, being like, oh, my friend over here is leaving our company to go to another company. Do you want to apply for that position? and stuff like that. So success is not as easy as it should be. You really do have to put in the hard work to find yourself up there. It's not going to be given to you, especially as people of color. Like, we really do have to put ourselves out there and make people aware that we are qualified in the positions and the careers and the professions that we're going for. And that's something that has been very much taught to me throughout my college experience, as well as through my fraternity. Like, hearing from our alumni who have to, like, eventually say goodbye to university, never got to graduate that stage, never got to cross that stage, but yet they themselves made a living for themselves, put their name out there, and yet now they own this multi-million-dollar business. And it's because they put in the effort, they believed in themselves, and they got to the place that they were. So that is what now success is to me. It's just making sure that I'm believing in myself and putting that for myself, and making sure I am in the profession I want to be.
For me, when I first started school, I thought being successful was like seeing my mom happy, or seeing like the people who supported me happy. And yes, that is a success, but I think I was going to school for like the wrong reasons. You know, I was just kind of going just to see other people feel a certain way, when at the end of the day, I didn't really feel like that when I was doing it. So now I kind of view it a little differently. I view success as me and my own like personal happiness, and you know, being comfortable in my own space, comfortable with myself, and you know, sure of myself too.
What's one mistake you made that actually taught you something?
I don't make
Come back to that. Where or how have you found your sense of belonging, or are you still trying to?
I feel like I've definitely found like a sense of belonging here, just, you know, with everyone here. I feel like I've connected with at least most of you guys on a personal level for sure, and I look forward to connecting with even more. But yeah, just being involved on campus has definitely like made me feel more connected and belonging. Like, if you asked me a year ago to do this, to like sit up front with everybody, and yeah, I would have been like, no, thank you. You know, I don't do that. I did say that too. You did ask me. But you know, now I'm trying to like step out of my comfort zone, and I feel like the reason I'm able to do that is because I got like such wonderful people supporting me. So yeah, thank you guys.
Kind of to add on what Noah was saying, it's definitely like the people I connected with, but also the supervisors that I had. If it weren't for the supervisors telling me like, you got this, you should apply for this, you should do this, I don't think I would have been in all of the positions that we're in. And not even just my supervisors, but even some friends and someone who I just met because I was part of the program. They were the first one to tell me that I should look into being a student employee. I was part of the peer mentor program as a mentee. And my mentor, first meeting around, he told me, you should apply for being a peer mentor. And I was like, well, sure, why not? Threw it at the dark. Ended up getting the position, found various leadership roles within that position, went a little bit up and be part of the lead team in peer mentoring. And that was just because of the friends and peer mentors that I had, but also the supervisor that I had, which he is up there. Thank you, Nate. But he kind of was like the first person in higher education that kind of believed in me. And I don't think if I had that support, I wouldn't have gone into orientation. I wouldn't have been part of so many events, and then found like fraternity and sorority life, connected with the fraternity, joined the fraternity, and all that stuff. And each person that I meet, they just kind of help me grow even more. So that's kind of where I am right now.
I feel like I found my sense of belonging by just attaining to, things that I like and finding myself in spaces where I'll find individuals who are also like similar in that area, even if it's as simple as like joining a club for my major, playing a sport that I've always played my whole life. But at the core of it, I feel like I know struggle, but we all know struggle. And whenever we interact and we have these good interactions and we're sharing a smile, like we all know like things happen behind closed doors. And I feel like just that little interaction in these type of spaces where, maybe we have similar like past experiences. I feel like that can like really emphasize a sense of belonging on campus. That can really go a far way.
Basically, they just touched on everything, but I would say I felt a sense of belonging with like the connections I had on campus. I think majority of where my sense of belonging comes from is from like fitness and sports. I got into the campus rugby because I would call her my older sister. She's the one who believed in me and saw potential in me in becoming a great leader, and with like just from her belief that just motivated me to do more. And within that came like blessings, like I would say, was probably a lot of people here, as well as starting a club sport, which was really like it was hard at first, but being able to start it and then get more connections from just that sport individual, and as well just going to events, like being like Zach said, being in a place where he sees best fit for him, and then just from there, just connecting and talking to people. This is my first MOC. He's like this. I would be like, no, I was one of the top students that I'm doing the class, doing work. I'm gonna get out of it. I'm going home. But definitely coming here is just like, you know what, getting out of my comfort zone and be like, I have to be someone else other than just sports. So just exploring that as well. So in a way, I found my sense of belonging, but there's still room for other places I can fit in.
I heard that. I also want to say the brother to brother program too has made me feel like belonging. But hey, I can get paid for that. Last one. If you could give your younger self one piece of honest advice before starting this journey, what would it be?
I'll tell myself to shut up. For real. Shut up and just be still. Like, my younger self was, I still do it to this day, but my younger self was overthinking, trying to do a lot of things, which is like good, trying to think new things out is really good, but I'd be more complaining when things don't go my way. And instead of learning from the bad things that were happening to me, I just sat there and just either just like nagged about it or started just like yelling at the world, like, why is this happening? Why is this happening to me specifically? So I tell my younger self just to just be still. It's okay to just like hold yourself, not run around like a headless chicken. But I would probably tell myself just sometimes you just have to shut up, let yourself feel, and just be still in the moment, and whatever happens, and then we learn from the mistakes that we go through. So.
What did I tell my younger self? If I could talk with my younger self, there's a lot I'd say. Probably I'd start off with like invest in Bitcoin, get into that ASAP. He probably would be like, who are you, dude? You creepy man. No, I'm kidding. But in reality, I think I'd probably tell myself to just give yourself some grace, be patient with yourself. I feel like throughout this journey, I've definitely like beat myself up, but that's just not a healthy way to go about it, because failure is inevitable, but through failure, like that's where you really grow, like once you hit the bottom, the only way is what, So, yeah.
I would tell my younger self to care about what I think of myself and not what others think of me. Um, Growing up in my Hispanic household, my mom always told us image is everything. Um, you always have to put on a good face, not talk if you're spoken unless you're spoken to and stuff like that, which caused me to be very introverted in myself. Throughout elementary, middle school, high school, I really didn't talk to people. I was very much that shy kid in the back of the room, kept to himself. Only had a couple friends and stuff, but it wasn't until COVID hit where I spent my whole junior year alone at my house, where I really took time to myself and realized, well, damn, like I'm just alone. Like I wasn't getting called by my friends, being like, oh, like even though it's COVID, like you want to hang at each other's houses and stuff. No text messages. My phone was dry like the desert, and it kind of started to think like I started like going back and being like, well, why am I like this? And it was just because I wasn't really able to be myself. I am very much a loud person. I do have a very lot of opinions, and sometimes it could be very strong opinions. But at the end of the day, like, that's who I am. Like, I shouldn't be changing myself to try to fit this image of, oh, like, I'm this prestige student where I don't talk unless I'm talking to, and like, I'm very nice and sweet and stuff. And sometimes I could be mean, and that's because I felt disrespected. Like, I shouldn't be able to be disrespected and not be able to stand up for myself. So after COVID, I made that my vow to just be, to not think what others think of me and just be who I want to be. Obviously, sometimes I do cross the line and stuff, and I do have to navigate all that. But at the end of the day, like, I just want to be myself. Like, I can't go anywhere if I don't believe in myself. So that's something that I tell my younger self.
I tell my younger self to just do it. I feel like I've learned how habits and consistency can like stack up over years and many days. You know, like, it's boring, right? But like over time, that really can like make a lot of growth. I feel like if I was to be a little bit more proactive back then, and it could definitely show me out. But like, it's not the end of the world if that isn't the case. I'm still able to like make my path and do the things that I want to do despite all these things that I can't control. Well, there's a certain extent where I can't like force policies on the government level, but I can try my best to navigate and do what I can to help me and help those that I care about. So yeah, just do it, and I'm gonna have to be the one to make it happen for myself. I don't come from a generationally well-funded family, so.
Well, thanks for the answers. I hope you guys learned something from them too. Let's give them a round of applause, please. I got you. Let's go ahead and give another quick round of applause. All right, so as for next steps on the agenda today, we're going to go ahead and get back into our breakout sessions. We're going to have one more breakout session for today. So if you didn't get a chance to hear from Dewan already in JSSB 205, you're going to head over to JSSB 205. And then if you didn't get a chance to hear from Omar already, you're going to go over to JSSB 209. Cool? Cool. All right. You ready? Let's head back over there.
Where we go? This one? No, that's the part. Oh, the elevator.
I haven't been here yet.
That's what the shit is. Yeah, when I was still here, all this stuff was closed up. They wouldn't let us up here.
Because I go to the MSU housing center, but that's on the 6th floor.
Oh, yeah. I'm gonna take it downstairs again.
Honestly. Fuck.
Yeah, there's a good idea.
Just exercise.
Right.
Exercise.
Just getting out there. Why can't it be more?
Right.
I feel like I gotta do something today.
Right. It just had to.
Yeah, have a good one. Have a good afternoon.
You too,
Good luck
James.
in your
Good
race,
job.
man.
Thank you.
All right. Keep it up.
We got to get Wanda James on.
I know, for real. Yeah, absolutely. Take care, man. Have a good
Thank you.
afternoon.
Right.
That's only.
It was snowing earlier.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. I wish I would have got started smoking. We got till 3, right? Yeah, it was a good event. No, we got one more session, one more breakout session, and so this campus banned me. I was banned from this campus for 8 years. This was like going back to school all over again. After like 14 years. I remember when they first opened this building up. That was way back.
Metro low key should have a football team.
It should.
Yeah, literally.
Definitely. Got a basketball team, should have a football team. Yeah, they're very smart. Like it gives you hope for the future, definitely. So they're smoking this damn cigarettes to the clock. I need to go to the restroom. Huh? Colored rocks. I guess that's former students going on the rocks. Yeah, it's gotten much bigger. It wasn't this big when I was up here. It's changed a lot. I'm glad to see us more of us up here though. Because when I was up here, it was like maybe a handful of us. Majority of my classes, I was the only so-called person of color in there. Oh, Waka Flock is coming. Remember, he was the one that told us that we didn't come from Africa, that we was already here. So I'll give him props for that. Because he was saying that when it was very unpopular. I need to go to the bathroom. I have to end this live. The phone about to die anyway. I'll probably go live on the other phone. Yeah, because I'm at 5%. So I appreciate y'all tapping in. I'm probably going to end the live now at the 3:30 mark. But yeah, it was like I was back in school all over again. I could go back to school. I'm still young enough to do it. I want to go to law school though. I said I was going to be the next Johnny Cochran. I can still make that possibility. Oh, Nuggets. Is it this side or the other side? I can't remember now. Yeah, we were just here when we had to go. Shindig. Alright, y'all, I'm gonna come live. I'm gonna go live on my other room. Appreciate y'all tapping in. Make sure y'all subscribe to Frontline Black News. We have news, Frontline Black News tomorrow.